Well, great morning to you all. Welcome into the radio show. It is a hump day, and it is time for Chuck and Buck in the Morning. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. We got you till 10 o'clock. My name is Chuck Powell. Ashley Ryan here as well. 4 hours of sports talk radio coming your way. And let me tell you something. If you ever thought that nobody is because there were times I've been in this industry since I was 19 years old. So this is going to be my 36th year in radio. This year. So
okay.
I've been at it for quite a while, and there have been times throughout your career, even now on this big stick called KJR, this legendary radio station in this major metropolitan city, there are times I'm like, is anybody listening?
Yeah, I get you.
Is there one person listening right now?
Did anyone hear what we said?
Yeah, I mean, am I just talking up here? Am I just flapping my gums?
Well, you are.
That's true.
But there are people listening.
Yeah. So there are times, though, where you go through that. But, Ashley, if you ever did have that cross your mind, rest assured there's at least one person listening.
Oh, yeah? How do we know? What's your proof?
The proof is that the water is ice cold today.
Oh, my God. I wasn't expecting anyone in this building to be listening. That's baffling.
I don't know how many are listening. Maybe it's 2. Maybe it's 2 million. I don't know. But I'll guarantee you this. The person in charge of keeping the water cold is listening.
Thank you, person in charge of keeping the water cold. Maybe that's Lan?
Yeah, I have a feeling it's Mark.
Mark?
Who
then maybe talked to Lan.
And
then was like, hey, we got to get that water cold. This is an embarrassment.
You know, and if it is Mark, I just want you to know this is part of the act here. You know,
but thanks, man.
You talk about your bosses and you talk about your workplace and you make fun of it because what are we going to do? Come on here and just talk about how wonderful all the things are. So, yes.
Where's the fun in that?
Yeah, exactly. So you come on and you lay it on thick about how the water is like bath water. And then the next day you get it fixed. I mean, it is ice cold. Like I can feel it through the cup on my hand, which I've never felt before. So whatever they did, like if the cold water is 1 to 10, they put it at 11 because it is freezing.
The funny thing is, I was leaving my house this morning and I grabbed my water bottle and I thought, ooh, it's not that full. I should probably fill it up here. And then I thought, you know what? I'm just going to have to take a risk with the warm water. I'll put ice in it. And I thought about the warm water and how I was just going to have to deal with it if I finished my water out of my water bottle this morning.
Well, never fear because
it's cold AF.
We are number one in the market with people's 25 to 75 who are in charge of the temperature of our water.
And that's the most important group. If you ask me.
We are 1 out of 1. They listen every morning from 6 to 6:20 in the morning.
So, Mark, thanks.
All right. Well, welcome into the radio show. We got a lot planned for you today. 3 big blockbuster guests today to talk about several different topics on the program, plus a few bits that we normally do on Wednesday and so much more. I mean, it is another packed show. That's one thing I take pride in. I pack the show full of so much content that you can't stand it.
That's right.
All right. And yet, we have to start. We don't have any choice but to start with that wacky-ass game in Maryland last night.
What on earth?
Oh, jeez.
Just when we thought the one before it was crazy.
Right. I mean, that's 2 crazy games that
Tuesday
the Mariners...
was like, hold my beer.
Yeah, the Mariners have won both of them. They won it last night by the final score of 6-5, final score in 10 innings. And there's so many things to discuss, so many little nuggets to break down, which hopefully over the course of 4 hours, we'll get to each one of them, isolating them as we go. But I would just say, as in terms of getting the conversation started, I mean, what we've seen the last 2 nights are not only crazy wins on the baseball field, the beautiful, crazy game that is baseball, played at its highest level, even though sometimes the level's not so high. And so it's already, I mean, this sport is rife for kind of games like this every once in a while that you can break down. But certainly the headline of the last 2 nights has been how the new rules of the sport have impacted this game at this level And I don't know. I mean, somewhere, I think God's a baseball fan, and he could probably do the aggregate on who really deserved to win the last two games. And yet, because of the new rules of baseball, and we had some bad luck last couple of nights too. We had some bad luck last night too, but we also had some good luck last night as well. And kind of we're given the benefit of the doubt by a few things as well that helped us eke out another win in Baltimore last evening. But it's been all about really just the new rules that have been implemented into the sport. And a lot of people fought those new rules. A lot of people on this show fought those new rules. I don't want to mention any names, but it rhymes with Lucky Racobson. A lot of people fought those new rules, and yet we've seen them on full display like never before, and how they can impact the outcome of a baseball game. These were not little minor things that baseball adjusted between the challenge heard round the world the night before from Johnny Pareda, which I think won us the game 2 nights ago, to last night. Almost every single rule in some way was on full display to either be taken advantage of or to catch it in the shorts because of it. And we won those 2 games because the new rules worked to our advantage more often than they did not.
Yeah, which is funny because obviously when you're just watching a baseball game, usually you're just planning on watching the game, but it has become such an integral part of the game with the challenge system, with all of the different things that we get to watch, and to see it all kind of happening 2 games back to back. It's just been interesting that we're coming in and we're not talking about on Monday the Naylor Grand Slam, right? It's not. It's about the challenge.
Yeah.
And then we're not talking about a Rosarena with a 2-run home run. I mean, we will, but that's not the story.
No, the story are all the close plays that we use technology to try to determine what actually happened.
Yeah.
Now, I will say this. I mean, because Baltimore, certainly if you're an Orioles fan, you're walking away thinking you got screwed over.
Yeah, probably.
Because there were 2 plays at home, which they were probably safe on both of them. The O'Neill play and then the Patrick Wisdom play down the third base line, where they probably were safe. I mean, it looked like they were safe, but as Aaron and Ryan Rowland Smith did a great job of pointing out, the letter of the law is that you can't overturn it unless there is full proof, 100% proof. And so
it was the same with that Bliss play at second. I mean, because they called him
I think he was out, though.
Yeah, but it was that close.
Yeah, but 3 close plays, certainly. But the 2 at home plate where I think they were both safe. I mean, if you're asking me, do I think they were safe or out, I'm going to say, well, I think they were safe. But when you slow it down frame by frame, they called it out on the field, and there just was this much. There just wasn't enough evidence to say. And Aaron nailed it. Like, the dirt that seemed to be showing between Blaze Alexander's glove, batting glove, and home plate was like the difference in whether or not that game kept going or we lost that. Actually, we lost that game or not. And so that sort of thing, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, I guess you would say if an Oriole fan was complaining to you in the bar, well, they called them out on the field. And so if we didn't have the new technology, then they would have never even challenged it.
Yeah.
They would have, in old school, so we would have gotten all of those calls anyway. But the fact that we had to go through the experience of, oh my gosh, he does look safe. And yet, is there 100% proof that his hand is touching the plate before Garver's glove touches the shoulder or the arm or whatever the case may be? I mean, that's what a baseball game came down to on numerous occasions last night. Yeah,
and it is. I kept thinking, oh, thank goodness they called him out, because it was that close when you're looking at those challenges and that evidence. It's like, if they would have called him safe,
absolutely,
they would have absolutely both been kept safe.
Yep.
And so you don't love that a game comes down to things like that.
Oh, I loved it.
But, well, as a Mariners fan, I loved it. But I'm saying, like, as a fan, you don't want it always to come down to oh, let's go challenge it. Let's go wait. Now what's the review versus like you just want to celebrate in the moment, that call, and that's it, and we move on. But it does add a lot of extra suspense.
Oh, man, crazy. And then Garver just wild with the challenges last night.
He was like a man on a mission.
Well, when you've got two in your pocket in the ninth inning, you get to play a little loose with it. And he just kept ticking them off one after another. And at one point, I mean, it was about as much swag as Mitch Garver, I think, can show. He just ran off the field when the strike was challenged by Basayo, and it was a terrible challenge by Basayo. Garver just runs off the field.
Yeah.
And just is sitting in the dugout. I mean, it was a walk-off challenge. When have we ever seen a walk-off challenge?
I've never seen one before. The look on Dan Wilson's face, too, as he's like just laughing.
Yes.
Yeah. I was like, okay, I like this.
Well, he was laughing at the Tavares play, which is another thing that I've not seen before.
Yeah,
where
that was.
Leody Tavares had a challenge. I think it was a Garver challenge. And so Tavares in his head was working off the fact that he thought that was a ball.
Yeah.
And he lost track of the count and starts taking off all of his equipment. And they wear a lot of equipment, which I guarantee a lot of old school people were laughing at last night that were watching the baseball game. That's what you get for wearing so much damn equipment up to the plate. So he's taking off all of his equipment. He steps across the plate because he forgot the count. Meanwhile, there's a 15-second clock running the entire time. And Tavares didn't have time to get his stuff adjusted and gets called out on a strikeout.
Which was the best. It was
unbelievable.
It was hilarious. Yeah, and then Dan's just cracking up and then trying to hide it, like, because who's ever seen that before? No one.
Haven't.
Yeah, exactly.
I have not seen that before. And then you heard some cussing over the television. And I don't know if it was a fan, could have been a fan, but it might have been the dugout. But they were just irate. Whoever it was, there were several of them, and they were irate over that. But it's like, well, what else do you want them to do?
Yeah, you got to know the count.
He didn't know the count?
Yeah.
And he forgot that there's a 15-second clock? And do we take time? Do we give him a timeout so that he can put all of his equipment back on and step back into the box?
Nope.
I mean, otherwise, Dan's going to argue. I would hope, maybe the way he was laughing, Dan would have never thought to even challenge that. I don't know. But, I mean, it's just been on full display between the Pareda challenge 2 nights ago to the numerous review challenges that were just within an eyelash. And all three of those went our way last night.
Could have easily gone the other way.
The Tavares situation, Garver challenging all night long to an incredible rate of success, and the Orioles not having success with the challenge last night. I mean, technology, the new rules of Major League Baseball, full display the last couple of days, and we got an indication. Those, like I said, those were not little minor adjustments to Major League Baseball. You saw the last couple of days how much the new rules, the new technology that governs the sport can affect the outcome of the game. And even though I guarantee you Oriole fans are waking up this morning feeling robbed by the technology, we used the technology. We just happened to get more calls than you did. The luck swung our way a little bit more than it swung your way last night. And believe me, you got a lot of good luck last night, too. You know, a couple dribblers off the mound that ended up not going foul, stuff like that.
Ferrer's throw home.
Yeah, you had a lot of luck yourself last night. But in terms of the technology, we just won the technology war last night, and that's why we won the baseball game.
That's what we need in Simply Seattle to make new shirts. We won the technology war.
And then
That's
date.
Baseball.
And then the date of the Orioles victory, 6-5 Orioles.
That's baseball.
Yeah, June 9th, 2026. So just crazy. I mean, just a wild game. Not to even mention, like, Ryan Bliss's heads-up play and his 2 defensive gems that saved the game. And yet, on both of those plays, Fane pointed out, like, why didn't Bliss just throw to first? That would have been an easier play. And I didn't even think about it. I mean, the race to try to beat a very fast Gunnar Henderson to second and then narrowly getting there, I thought that was such a great play. It didn't even cross my mind. Well, you probably could have thrown to first.
Yeah, I was watching it and the multiple times and never thought that, ever. I was like, oh, thank goodness he did that.
And then Bliss makes the game-saving catch down the right field line, and that was phenomenal. And then I stepped by, like, what was Naylor doing on that play? How are you not camped under that? That thing was up there forever. How did Bliss have to save the day, put a cape on and save the day? That was like a routine play for a first baseman. What were you doing on that?
Maybe he wanted Bliss to be allowed to be Superman.
I don't know, but I mean, just narrowly, both of those plays, just narrowly grabbing that before it came down and hit the grass, and then narrowly getting there before Henderson could slide into the bag. I mean, it was just one of those nights, one of those crazy, crazy-ass nights. And it kind of overshadowed, you're right, the Arozarena home run. The fact that Logan Gilbert had to gut it up like a soldier from yesteryear and throw 10 extra pitches.
He went over 100, folks. He went over 100.
But they gave him the green light to go the 6th inning, and it turns out he didn't die on the mound.
Yeah, I was prepared that if he threw 96 pitches, spontaneous combustion.
So that was incredible. And then, you know what? And I do want to mention this. And I'll mention it again a little bit later, but considering what he was up against, I had a lot more Dan Wilson screwing up the bullpen tweets thrown at me last night. I don't think he did last night. I mean, under the circumstances, what else was he supposed to do?
We didn't have. Who did we have?
Yeah, I mean, he got the 6th inning out of Logan Gilbert. That took him out of the organization's comfort zone to begin with.
Yep.
And then I thought yesterday when I mapped it out, I didn't remember that Bizzardo had gone back-to-back nights. I thought we had him for last night, but he wasn't available. Munoz wasn't available. They're obviously not going to pitch Brash on back-to-back nights. That's just a rule within the organization right now. And so you were down numerous dudes, and even Ferrer obviously wasn't at his best last night.
Right, but that's who you'd put there.
So he's tired. So I mean, that's how it that's how it had to be done. I mean, everything he did, I agreed with.
I liked that he put Hoppy in after Gilbert.
Push Gilbert in for the 6th. Hoppy comes in for the 7th. And then Spire for the 8th against the potential Henderson-Cowser grouping. Yeah. And then you close it out with Ferrer, who didn't get the job done. And if it goes extra, then the Cooper Criswell Phantom IL to bring up Nick Davila last night, and Davila gets the job done somehow, some way for the save. I don't know how he does it any differently. So, no, I'm not cracking on Dan for what he did last night, because that's exactly how I would have played it under the circumstances. Now, if you want to argue, well, why are we so depleted at this stage of the season that when our relief pitchers have thrown fewer innings than any other team in the American League? Now, that's an argument we could talk about. Now, see yesterday's 7:05 segment.
Right.
See the previous day's 7:05 segment that we did. I mean, I think a lot of this, we barely have enough to get through a game relief pitching stuff, has a lot to do with we have our 2 best pitchers in our bullpen on paper, Munoz and Brash, don't pitch enough. I mean, when Munoz goes 6 days without pitching recently, I mean, that's somebody else has to pitch. And so if you're not using those 2 guys, well, yes, you're going to spread thin everyone else. And then when those guys actually do get used and you're not allowed to use them the next day, well, you have so many rules set up, so many walls that you've put up, so many obstacles that it's hard to get through a game. No, we should not be in such a dire situation with our bullpen, especially considering how good our starting pitching has been as of late. We don't have starting pitchers that go out there and go an inning and 2/3 and have to be taken out of the game. I mean, I can't even imagine what the organization would do in that case.
Collapse.
They might just collapse. They might just quit the game.
Yeah.
Like, we don't even want to play. We're out of here. We're flying to D.C. I don't know. But, yes, if you want to say Dan's and the organization's past attempts to protect Brash and Munoz, and they pitch so infrequently, and that's led to thinning out the pen, and it puts you in a situation like you were, okay, there's an argument that I can listen to. But under the circumstances, last night, Dan did what he had to do, and that's exactly how I would have played it, and lo and behold, we come away with a victory. We'll talk more about that later, but right now, let's find out what's on tap for the show. All right, 6-5 win for the Mariners over the O's in 10 innings last night, 36-32 on the season. This is their high water mark. They've matched it. They've not been 5 games over 500 at any point this year, but they could pull that off tonight. They're back in Maryland for Game 3 of a 4-game series, and it will be another 3:35 start with George Kirby going for us and Brandon Young, a right-hander, pitching for the Orioles, and he's pitched pretty well this year. Mariners notes, Colt Emerson didn't play again last night, so that's 2 straight games for the rookie. Whatever he did to his back, it made the organization nervous enough that they gave him some rest, but not so nervous that he's been put on the IL. So I think he's going to be okay. Now, Cooper Criswell was put on the IL, and I almost guarantee you it has nothing to do with injury. We need a pitcher for tonight because we're short in the bullpen.
And thank goodness they did.
And Criswell does not have any options, and we certainly don't want to lose him, so this is what we're going to do. And I'm sure they told Criswell to limp out of the office. And then Cal Raleigh yesterday in Tacoma homers twice,
Whoop, whoop.
which I don't know. I think the plan was him to stay in Tacoma all week long, but how many Cal Raleigh homers do we want to see hit in Tacoma before we activate him? That's something we'll talk about later in the show as well. Seahawks mandatory mini camp started yesterday. We'll get a full report from Greg Bell at 7:05. Our Seahawks 1 series continues today at 8 o'clock with our own Dick Fain. The sordid Brandon Sorsby affair continues. I'm going to wrestle that at Reckless at Breakfast at 7:45 today. World Cup week is here. Yes, we might be just 2 weeks away from the World Cup, but we are only 1 sleep away from the World Cup, and we are only 3 hours away from hearing from Brad Evans, who will join us today at 9. Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight at 5:30. The Spurs can even things up with the Knicks at Madison Square Garden with a victory. Stanley Cup Final continues to be thrilling. Carolina wins 5-3, but that was really a 1-goal game last night. That was just every single game has just been on the edge of your seat, every moment of every game. Carolina wins over Las Vegas 5-3, so that series is even at 2 games apiece as well. We'll talk about all of it, but coming up next, Mariners Morning After on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Tulane Up Resort Casino, when all you want is everything. Everything TulaneUp.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
One more time.
Hey! Ha! Hey! Ooh! Ooh!
I like that yours is really more just a pelvic thrusting noise. It's like
It's guttural.
it's good. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
coming from the center.
Yeah. There wasn't one pelvic thrust in the making of that little.
Really?
Scat.
But it's like the noises you would make.
You're right. No, I
when
hear
you're
you.
pelvic
I just
thrusting.
wanted everybody to know there
Yeah.
were no animals harmed.
That's
Yeah.
good. That's a
right.
relief.
Right. Yeah,
I
there
was
wasn't one
worried.
pelvic thrust at all in that, even though it sounded vulgar.
You really made me think you were pelvic thrusting the F out of it.
I know. Yeah.
I'm proud of you.
Theater of the mind. And now, theater of the tube.
The tube knew.
Yeah. It's Chuck and Ashley with you. It is time for Mariners Morning After, and I'm going to be honest with you. There is no effing way I can recap last night's game in 7 minutes.
Not even possible.
So, good thing we've already talked about it for 18 minutes today, and it's a good thing we now have baseball brunch, so whatever we missed this time around, we can get to later on in the show. So let's see how I'm going to navigate this. I'll just say that it was one of the more improbable wins of the year, even though the Orioles certainly had their fair share of good luck along the way as well. But in the end, the Mariners do take it 6-5 over the Baltimore Orioles in 10 innings last night. The Orioles really feel like they have wronged the baseball gods after these last couple of days. But there were many times where you were sure that this is just not going the right way. Logan Gilbert was at 58 pitches through 2 innings on a night that the Mariners desperately needed him to go at least 5 and hopefully 6. And
I thought we were screwed.
yeah, and I think everybody did. 58 pitches, and yet he ironed things out. He ended up retiring the last 14 guys he faced. He went into the 6th inning, even though it was at a point where normally a Mariners starting pitcher would be taken out of the game.
Yeah, he had 95 pitches.
They pushed him into the 6th inning, and lo and behold, he got through it without perishing.
Miracle of miracles.
And so at that stage, I mean, you're sitting pretty. Gilbert gets you through the 6th. You have 3 relief pitchers, right, that we can use, maybe 4. Alex Hoppe gets the call in the 7th, and he had some bad luck, a goofy little single where Jackson Holiday ran around him, and Naylor got caught in between. And then got a double play ball, so you give up a run that inning, but it felt like it could have been a lot worse. And Hoppe somehow gets out of there with a 4-2 lead at that point. And then in the 8th inning, Spire, terrific. He's been terrific as of late. But in the 9th, Jose Ferrer gets the save opportunity, and he was not on his game. He had to go over 40 pitches in an inning last night.
Yeah.
We're not going to see him again for a while.
Well, and I was worried that because I forgot about Davila. I was like, what are we going to do when we go to the 10th? I just want to go to the 10th to find out what happens.
So over 40 pitches, and Ferrer coughs up the lead. He gives up 2 runs. But believe me, if you didn't see the game, I don't have time to go through it all. There was a chance he could have given up like 7 runs in that inning, but he ends up giving up the 2. So somehow, almost miraculously, you forced it into extra innings, because I certainly thought we were cooked. At that point, Patrick Wisdom makes a perfect play on a ground ball to third base to keep that was the Bliss play at second base where we got out of it there. O'Neill got out at home in that 9th inning as well. Anyway, so the score is tied at 4. We go into extra innings, and we, of course, get the automatic runner at second base. And Randy Arozarena, we thought, had put the Mariners over the top for good.
Garcia pitching for the first time this series. Fly ball driven deep. It spins O'Neill around, and it's gone! It's gone! It's a home run to lead off the 10th inning. A 2-run homer from Randy Arozarena, and the Mariners take the lead right back in Baltimore.
Randy Randy Arozarena has been a circus on defense and on the base paths, but my goodness, did he show up this year hitting the baseball. And he's just been our most consistent hitter all season long. He had a great night at the plate again last night, including that 2-run homer that just kept carrying over the right field wall for a 6-4 lead. But we were throwing Nick Davila in the bottom of the 10th, because that was the last pitcher that we had that was available to Dan Wilson. Otherwise, we're going to a position player after Davila is done.
We don't have Leo Rivas to pitch.
They get an automatic runner as well. And Davila's very first pitch hits Blaze Alexander in like the back of the hip. And we've got 2 on, and then Tavares singles, and now you're sure once again we're going to lose the game. And then we get a pop out to second. We get another for the second time in 2 innings, a base runner thrown out at home by the narrowest of margins that replay upheld, and then a strikeout of O'Neill to end the game. And somehow the Mariners win 6-5 with all of that going on. Here's Dan Wilson after the game.
Just when you think you've seen it all. What a game. You don't even know where to begin on something like this. Just to start with, I thought Logan, a rough first 2 innings in terms of pitch count, but to limit them to 1 run, I think is an incredible job, and then to be able to get through 6 innings was phenomenal. I can't say enough about what Garv did for him tonight behind the plate. Again, the 3-run homer, obviously huge, but what he did for Logan tonight, what he did for all our guys tonight, a couple of really key challenges again tonight from Garv that flipped counts. Really an incredible ball game for him, and a couple of tag plays at home. Just an all-around outstanding ball game for Garv. And then offensively, of course, there's hits up and down the lineup. Randy, obviously, with the big homer there in the extra inning, just going the other way and really driving that ball. And the bullpen, incredible job. I thought Chucky being able to, once it was tied, being able to shut them down there and get us back in there for the extra inning was huge. That's a great job. And again, just all around, up and down, great win. And Nick, to be able to slam the door there in the 10th to get us the W is huge. After a red-eye flight, that's not an easy thing to do. So good job up and down, and a great win tonight.
I need my nickname guide when Dan Wilson speaks these days. We're not on the inside of all these nicknames you got.
Did you say Chucky?
Yeah, who's that?
I'm assuming Jose Ferrer.
I guess. Nick Davila doesn't have a nickname yet? You don't want to call him Nicky at this point? That's
Davy?
usually what baseball players do.
Davy?
Yeah, I don't know. Dan with his inside nickname jokes. Yeah. And then Sawhammer came in there and closed it out.
That'd be a terrible nickname.
Who is Sawhammer? Davila.
Yeah,
I'm
obviously.
sorry.
Oh,
You
yeah.
guys didn't know that? Yeah, we call him Sawhammer. Anyway, Mariners win 6-5 over the Orioles in 10 innings. I'm glad he mentioned Mitch Garver because we haven't spent enough time on Mitch Garver. He was the player of the game, in my opinion. He had a 3-run homer earlier in the contest and did all sorts of things with new technology behind the plate. So we will talk about Mitch a little bit later on in the show. We just don't have time now. I at least needed to mention it. And the win goes to Ferrer somehow, and Davila gets the save. So the team can now win 3 straight against the Orioles, maybe in just as crazy fashion. Same start time tonight at 3:35. They'll be pitching a right-hander, and Brandon Young's having a pretty decent year this year. Meanwhile, the Mariners will go with George Kirby, who's been scuffling as of late. If you get a chance, if you have the access to it, maybe check out the Baltimore broadcast tonight, because you will meet no bigger fan of George Kirby than Hall of Famer Jim Palmer. He loves himself some George Kirby, and he will go on and on and on about it during the broadcast tonight on the Orioles side. So Kirby versus Young, first pitch at 3:35. We have more on this game. ABC's of the M's coming up today at 7:30. Baseball brunch at 8:30. But what a crazy, crazy game. That's your recap for you, and we couldn't even do it justice. Coming up next, Seahawks 1 series returns today, but what did Robert Turbin have to say about Zach Charbonnet yesterday? Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. I never know what he's saying.
I know, me neither, and that's why I keep playing it, because I'm like, one day we'll figure it out.
It's Chuck and Ashley with you. The Seahawks 1 series is something that we trademarked. Don't anybody else ever copy it.
Yeah, if we see you out there with a 2 series, we know where you got it.
Yeah, Simply Seattle. Don't even think about making T-shirts without our faces on it.
I don't know
but
if I want my face on a T-shirt.
no, I do.
Okay.
I do. There's kind of a hint that I want you to make a T-shirt. Simply
I've got a
Seattle.
picture you could use, Simply Seattle.
We every June, we have this series throughout June. Once every day, we bring on a different Seahawk insider / analyst that you're probably familiar with, and we have them break down one key Seahawk player for one entire interview. Yesterday, we had Robert Turbin on. He's, I don't know if you even know this. He's in the broadcast world, and he's really good at breaking it down. The former Seahawks running back. So he joined us yesterday to talk about, and it's his choice. And, of course, he went with a running back because he's biased. Zach Charbonnet was his choice, somebody that we might not even see until late October, maybe November. I mean, if things don't go well, maybe December, even though there were reports of him yesterday at mandatory minicamp looking ahead of schedule.
Okay.
Which we'll talk to Greg Bell about here at 7:05. But the part that I want to replay for you from yesterday, Turbin on Sharbs, was I asked him at the very end of the interview, what is something about Charbonnet that we're really going to miss while he's out? Maybe something that we don't talk about enough when it comes to his game.
Well, I think he's an underrated playmaker. And that's the thing that you miss with Kenneth Walker III. It was just like you almost didn't know what was going to happen every time he got the ball. And all of a sudden, boom, he's down the sideline, for a 70-yard touchdown or something. Zach Charbonnet has that same sort of playmaking factor to his game. You give him the rock, all of a sudden he's broken a couple tackles, and he's at the third level in space, with a chance to take it to the house. And it feels like whenever the run game may have had a slow start or not really going well, it was Zach Charbonnet who, boom, broke a tackle, and all of a sudden the run game it got sparked because of a big run by Zach Charbonnet. So he's an underrated playmaker, and I think that's what you'll miss the most while he's out.
Robert Turbin, yesterday, if you want to hear the entire conversation, you can do so on our podcast at 93.3 KJR.com. Robert is a much bigger fan of Charbonnet than I am, and a lot of us are, I think, here at KJR. I like him, but I don't think he can be an RB1 for a Super Bowl champion. I think he's a nice change of pace guy, a handcuff guy that you could give 10 to 12 touches to, and that's about the extent of Charbonnet's effectiveness. But I will say this, for those of us that have not given him as much praise, we do have to acknowledge that point, that there were many times during the course of this season, and I don't know if I'd go as far as calling Charbonnet a playmaker, but there were many times in which the offense got sparked by Charbonnet this past year. When it did bog down, it seems like Charbonnet broke some stuff loose this past season. So I'll acknowledge it. Maybe we don't give enough credit to Charbonnet's ability to come in and change a game, make plays in the middle of a game. And I think we will miss it because I don't think Emmanuel Wilson has that ability.
No, and I do think it is, watching him share carries with Kenneth Walker, we probably didn't get the full Sharb experience. And I think he was really fun to watch, honestly, and especially at certain times. Goodness, he had a lot of burst.
Yeah, well, I mean, we all described Walker as that playmaker, but there are going to be some things until Charbonnet's fully healthy that we are going to miss. I mean, he was our tough yardage guy. Many people believe he was our best pass blocker at the running back position, which is very valuable. You got to be able to do that in today's game. And yeah, I think Turbo's right. I think he made more plays than we who aren't effusive in our praise of Charbonnet. Maybe we don't give enough credit to that playmaking ability of his. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be Price and Wilson probably until we get Charbonnet back. We're going to have two guys that are new, trying to fill that Walker-Charbonnet combo from a year ago. More on the Seahawks 1 series today at 8 o'clock. Dick Fain will join us. We look forward to who he might break down at 8 o'clock. Coming up next, though, more on the Seahawks mandatory minicamp yesterday. Greg Bell will join us at 7:05. Plus, we have your headlines on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Ground ball up the middle. Bliss has it. A foot race. He is out at second base. The sprint was on, and Bliss wins to send this to the 10th.
So much more burgundy when you just hear the audio. You're not watching it.
I know. That's why I was like, oh, that was the most burgundy. We had to play it.
It was full frontal burgundy right there.
There was a lot of excitement there.
Oh, there were a lot of crazy calls last night.
Yeah.
I think they both handled it really well because that was trying to put your finger on that game. There were plays that we've just never seen before. I mean, the marriage of wacky baseball with new technology and new rules that have been introduced into the game in the last 1 to 5 years. It was never on grander display than it's been the last 2 nights in Baltimore, Maryland, and last night took the cake over the previous night.
Fully agree. Yeah, it was awesome.
It was fun.
Can't wait to see what happens today.
It was awesome because we come away with 2 wins out of that mess.
No, you're angry if you're Baltimore.
Yeah, I'm sure the Orioles, I'm sure their manager threw a few things after the game was over last night. But Mariners do win in 10 innings, 6-5. That was Aaron with Ryan in the background doing stuff. On the call last night on Mariners TV, Mitch Garver homered. Randy Arozarena ended up with the game-winning homer, but really it was about narrow plays at bases, home and second base. Throughout the latter innings, the Mariners trying to scrape together outs with a beleaguered bullpen that was fatigued and only had 4 guys available, and even they were not at 100%. And somehow they patchworked together a victory. Ryan Bliss played a big role in that, which we will give Greg Bell the chance to talk about his favorite baseball player in the world.
Bliss fan club.
He put together a fan club called Bliss Tex. It's his favorite Ryan
that.
Bliss and Texans all in the
that.
same room. So we'll talk about that with Greg Bell here in a matter of moments. But first, let's get to the rest of your headlines brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. 36-32 Mariners can go 5 games over 500 for the first time this year. They'll be back in Baltimore for Game 3 of a 4-game series. Another 3:35 start time. George Kirby versus right-hander Brandon Young. Colt Emerson missed 2 straight games with that back injury of his, but he's not been placed on the IL. We'll look at that as good news. Cooper Criswell was placed on the IL yesterday to make room for Nick Davila. I don't think Criswell's hurt, but that could be me just spreading gossip. Cal Raleigh has been hurt, and he's on rehab right now. He was in Tacoma yesterday and decided to hit 2 home runs, including a grand slam for the Rainiers. We are certainly going to talk about that later on in the hour. The World Cup, the week is here. We're 1 sleep away from some World Cup action 2026. Brad Evans is going to join us on the program today at 9 o'clock. NBA Finals game number 4 tonight at 5:30. Back at Madison Square Garden. The Spurs could break their hearts again and even up this series at 2 games apiece, which is what we're all rooting for. And the Stanley Cup Final continues to be one of the most evenly matched series we've seen in sports history. Las Vegas and Carolina just continue to exchange haymakers, and what was expected to be a defensive series has turned into anything but. They just keep scoring goals, and it feels like they're alternating goals from period to period. Last night, Carolina got an empty netter late to win by 2 whole goals, 5-3 over Las Vegas, and they have evened up that series at 2 games apiece. But the story in our headlines that we're going to discuss with our next guest is going to be Seahawks mandatory mini camp, which was held at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center yesterday, and Greg Bell was there in person to watch it all unfold. Joining us now, our Seahawks insider, Greg Bell. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Throws me off without the musical interlude.
Yes, me too. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Yep. Did you soak in all? Did you get your Ryan Bliss bobblehead and your Ryan Bliss jersey out last night and watch him make all the key crucial plays to support your love for him last night?
Yeah, I don't know who Ryan Bliss's agent is, but it should be me. I am all for Ryan Bliss. He won the game last night. I know Rosarena hit the home run, but Bliss's dimension, of course, is his speed. And it was his speed that won the game on defense last night, racing to the bag at second, racing to that pop fly and shoot right, racing over to that ground ball the night before. They don't have that. He's the one dimension. I know he's not hitting much, But I just think his speed is something that they can use all over the place. Base paths,
Yeah.
defense, keep him.
Yeah.
Don't send him back. Just keep him.
Have you met him yet? I mean, I know you've covered some Mariners stuff.
That's what's funny. I haven't. And as much as I keep talking him up, I'm hoping to keep talking him up to the point where I want to go meet him. And he says, "Oh, I heard you say
Well,
nice
I'll tell you
things
this.
about me."
If you're a fan of him because of his baseball, wait till you meet him, because he is just a wonderful young man. Just a wonderful young man.
I've been told that. I need to spend more time lately in the Mariners clubhouse. But I don't know if you saw the end of the game Tuesday night or whatever night it was. Monday night, whatever the night was when he first came up. And Brad Adam and he were talking about the fact that Brian Bliss's bags never made it to Baltimore. They got stuck in Denver somewhere. So he doesn't have any clothes. And he and Adam were joking that they're about the same size. And Brad said, "Oh, I'll take you shopping. What size shoes do you wear?" "Oh, I wear 10s too." And yeah. Now there's a joke that Brad Adam and Ryan Bliss are wearing the same clothes on this road trip.
Well, JP's like his big brother. JP will take him clothes shopping. He's got the funds. All right. Well, Greg Bell is with us, and he's our Seahawks insider, of course. And, of course, you can hear him at 10 o'clock. So we can talk about Ryan Bliss some more at 10 o'clock here today. But we do want to talk some Seahawks football. Mandatory minicamp yesterday, and you didn't have to tell these players twice. Other than a couple of injury guys, everybody showed up yesterday, correct?
Correct. DeMarcus Lawrence, the 34-year-old in his 13th season, who could blow it off, but would get fined for doing it now. Although I'm not sure Mike McDonald would fine these guys if he didn't show up. McDonald would, Pete Carroll wouldn't. But Devin Eastern, the rookie 7th-round pick, the nose tackle, was the only one I didn't see anywhere on the field without explanation of where he was. A rookie 7th-round pick probably is excused or has a reason that he's not on the field. He's probably somewhere around the facility. It'd be unusual for a rookie to blow off a mandatory minicamp. But, yeah, everyone was there. By far the most surprising thing, Chuck, was right at the beginning of practice, here walks Zach Charbonnet right past me with a trainer, and he goes to the corner field by the lake, and he's doing high hurdler, high step, high knees, lateral movements. He wasn't just walking. He was doing far more. He was doing the rapid fire, chop, high steps. He was doing far more than a guy who had his knee reconstructed less than 4 months ago would probably be doing. Mike McDonald said at the combine to us the last days of February that the surgery went better than the team might have thought. It is a more optimistic outlook than they originally projected, but he made coy on a timeline. "Oh, I wouldn't have bet against Zach, and if anyone could do it, Zach can." Usually an ACL reconstructive surgery, that's for football players 8 to 12 months. 8 on the very, very optimistic side. He didn't have the surgery because of swelling until mid-February. So 8 months after surgery, you're talking mid-October. Of course, that's well into the regular season. I'm not drawing conclusions because it's only June and he's in T-shirts and sweatpants and hoodie, but what I saw yesterday suggested he might be beating that estimate, and that perhaps he could factor into the early part of the season. We'll see.
Yeah.
But it was a surprise by far that he was even on the field.
A surprise, and yet not surprising from the standpoint of if that to me is like, yeah, if Zach Charbonnet will get back earlier than expected. I don't know. There's just something about his makeup and the way he's wired that even though it's surprising to see him be that ahead of schedule, if anyone would be, Charbonnet would probably be up there at the top of the list for me.
Yeah, and McDonald has said that too.
Yeah.
And pragmatically thinking and speaking, there's a reason for him to get back because this is his contract year. This is the last year of his rookie deal. The Seahawks have a decision. Charbonnet's not stupid. He saw them just draft a running back number 1 in the first round. Jadarian Price is going to be under a relatively cheap rookie contract for the next 4 years. It's high time for Charbonnet to remind them why they drafted him in the second round a few years ago, why he ran for 12 touchdowns last year. So, I mean, that's not the reason, but he's motivated for sure because he doesn't have it. Just like Kenneth Walker this time last year, Zach Charbonnet doesn't have a football home after this season.
What do you mean by Jadarian Price now more like RB1A?
Well, in OTAs, he was the clear number 2, and he was mostly on the second team offense with Drew Lock. Yesterday, he was far more into the ones. He was alternating at the very end of drills at scrimmages and OTAs. Yesterday, he was getting whole series with the ones with Sam Darnold in the starting offense, and it was much more of a job share. It looked a lot more like Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet last season yesterday. So that was the first time that I saw them adding to Price's first team reps of an entire series or two in team scrimmages. So I still would be shocked if he's not the starting running back week 1 against New England September 9th. If you draft a guy in the first round, that's the plan. The Charbonnet return would perhaps change the dynamics of the starting running back position early in the season, though.
Greg Bell is with us, our Seahawks insider. And, of course, you can follow him at G Bell Seattle, and he does have complete coverage of day number 1, a mandatory mini camp yesterday, a beautiful day to practice a little football and shells yesterday out at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, and certainly a lot of other ground to cover, including, and I don't know who to give credit to for this tweet that I saw. It was just at random, but it certainly wasn't an observation I made on my own. Somebody yesterday had just tweeted out, man, is Eamon Worry about the same size as DeMarcus Lawrence, as they were sitting there like sort of standing next to one another? And that is kind of incredible that they could have the same body type considering the positions that they play. And so I would ask you, has Lawrence gotten thinner? Has Eamon Worry gotten bigger? And why are they hanging out together so much right now?
Well, to the first point, I think it's a little bit of hyperbole. Eamon Worry is much more slender and wiry. They may be similar height, but Tank Lawrence is what he is. He's a tank. It's why they call him that. He's got a huge upper body and shoulders. He looks like a 14, 13-year defensive end outside linebacker. And Eamon Worry looks like a guy who's 22 years old growing into his body. So I wouldn't say they look exactly like they're just similar in height, I would say.
Yeah.
The reason DeMarcus Lawrence's biggest value, and he's had huge value on the field, obviously. Another Pro Bowl last year, an edge rusher who was forcing just everything Mike Macdonald wanted and more. But his biggest value to this team is his teaching. Mike Macdonald said he has never seen, ever in his football career, a guy that practices exactly as the coaches drill it, exactly as they draw it up. He is the prototype of how to do drills, and he pulls guys aside. He pulls Riley Mills aside, the young defensive lineman. He pulled the undrafted rookie from Northwestern, the outside linebacker, aside yesterday. He pulled Eamon Worry aside to work on steps and pass rush and these very picayune minutia drills around medicine balls and around hula hoop rings for leverage and leaning. He spends a lot of time with other players, a guy who's obviously secure in his own craft, but his influence, his umbrella spread of influence across the breadth of the roster. He does it with Gray Zabel and the offensive linemen too. He is a wealth of knowledge that he's not willing to keep to himself. And I asked Eamon Worry about it after practice, and he goes, yeah, this guy teaches me how to win. And he said he does it in a really simple way. It's easy to understand, to not clutter Eamon Worry's mind. Eamon Worry said that he's really wants to refine his game this season. He said he really didn't learn the part of the defense of recognizing offensive formations and knowing what plays might be coming until week 8 or 9 last season. And interestingly, Ernest Jones yesterday, when someone asked him about Nick Eamon Worry, what's the next step he can take, he said, in the classroom. So it's the preparation now, the nuance, the professionalism of being an NFL defensive player that the Seahawks veterans are calling on Eamon Worry to improve upon, and that's natural for a second-year guy. Once you learn the physical speed of the game, the next step is to perfect the mental. But, yeah, DeMarcus Lawrence, it's huge that he's back for this team. I know there were some rumors that he might retire. Mike Macdonald has had assurances that he was going to be here. Here he is. He doesn't have to be. He's got 6 kids. He's made $140 million. He's 34 years old. He finally won his Super Bowl, but he's back, and he's fully engaged in teaching.
All right, so I take it Devin Witherspoon didn't show up angry at the world that he doesn't have a contract extension like JSN, correct?
Yeah, he's smarter than that. No, actually, he was more participating yesterday than he was in the OTAs. He was full go, fully participating in all the scrimmages. He was sitting out most of the 11-on-11. in the OTAs, and it looked like he was trying to save himself from possibly any chance of getting hurt before he signs the contract. It's going to get done. It's going to get done probably around the start of training camp. But in the meantime, he's ripping on Jake Bobo. Bobo took a bubble screen pass, and because you can't tackle and hit, Bobo runs past all the defenders and runs through them down the field. And Witherspoon, who was on the sidelines watching the twos scrimmage, was just screaming at him, "No, man, no way that's going to happen in a game." Because, of course, everyone teases Bobo for being slow. We're slower than most NFL players, relatively slow. But, yeah.
He's like, Jaguars wanted me, you know. I don't have to put up with this abuse.
I had an offer sheet. Yeah. No, it's full Devin Witherspoon, not a malcontent, not upset. No, it's moving along its path. The devil's in the details of a money offer this big. The JSN deal is an anomaly to get done as early as it did. Smith and Jigba talked about that yesterday. But the guaranteed money, when you get it, how much is guaranteed at signing, how much is guaranteed within 12 months against injury, that's why it takes longer for these type of deals to get done.
You were there covering this team in 2014, you know, coming off of their Super Bowl win. And by the way, that was a very successful year. I mean, it was 1 yard shy of the Super Bowl. So it's not like things fell apart after their first year, but sometimes it does. Sometimes teams win a championship and they don't put it back together. They start coming apart at the seams almost immediately. We've seen it happen before. Why is that not a risk? What was the attitude like on day number one, a mandatory minicamp? What is Mike Macdonald putting in place to make sure that this team is just as hungry this year, despite what they accomplished last year?
That's a good question, Chuck. These guys are more humble. They have a coach who demands they be humble. Pete Carroll demanded the opposite. He wanted the bravado. He wanted guys to be all about themselves and be the best selves they can be. Go get yours. It worked. And Mike Macdonald's way is working too, but it's the opposite in that regard. They've got younger players. Think about it. They don't really have a super-duper star. Yes, Smith and Jigba, just a meteoric season last year, and All-Pro and Offensive Player of the Year and the huge contract. Devin Witherspoon, we think he's a superstar out here, but NFL-wide, nationally, not a gigantic super, not an All-Pro. That Super Bowl team in 2014 for the Seahawks had Richard Sherman and Earl Thomas and Michael Bennett and Bobby Wagner and Russell Wilson entering his prime and Marshawn Lynch and all his persona. There were some dudes, and they don't have a lot of dudes like that here. They have a lot of selfless, I don't want to say no name because they're not no name, but they're far less established. They're also not all making gigantic money or about to sign huge extensions, like top of the market extensions. Smith and Jigba and Witherspoon, yes, but everybody else, the Legion of Boom, was about to go get theirs. And that's not where this team and this defense is. So I see a much different vibe. It was a show with those 2014 team, the bravado and the attitude and the Richard Sherman just mouthing off and fighting with guys. They lost a draft pick because of how much they fought in off-season practices and got fined for it. Not this. This is such a different deal. It's a real testament to Mike Macdonald to get 20 and 30-year-old guys who are in a profession where they have to make their money now because it's about to end, to be this selfless. It's a real leadership coup. And the stuff he does, the military ethos, the togetherness, the teamwork, it's working. And it's just amazing to watch that he pulled it off in just 2 years. And I keep reminding myself, this is the first time he's ever been a head coach at any level.
Yeah.
And he's done it better than anybody in the football world.
Yeah, I think we got a prodigy here. He's acing the test his first time taking it. Yeah, he passed the bar the very first time that he took the exam. All right, 30 seconds left. What do you got today at 10 o'clock?
We'll talk everything I wrote for the News Tribune and saw yesterday on the field. I'll detail that. I'll talk about Jared Ivey has a new position, for instance, and then go deeper into the roster. 11 o'clock, we're hoping to talk to Bruce Feldman, National College Football guy for The Athletic, about the Brendan Sorsby absolute. I mean, have we ever seen college sports, as broken as it is, united against one enemy? We've got one now with Texas Tech. And yeah, I'll be doing it from the Virginia Mesa Athletic Center. By the way, tomorrow they're going to get their Super Bowl rings.
Oh, yeah, wow, yeah. It'd be nice if you got one. That'd be nice if they just slipped you one.
Yeah. That would be conflict of interest and not very media ethics.
Rossini would take one.
Off the nightstand.
Depending on who the coach is. Not everyone, but depending on who the coach might be.
All right.
That was a shot across the bow, Ashley. That was
A couple of them. Yeah. Yeah. We're not shy about it.
We don't mess around.
We're bow shooters. All right, Greg. We'll be listening at 10. Talk to you soon.
All right.
Greg
Thanks.
Bell, our Seahawks insider. You can follow him at GBell Seattle there on X. And, of course, he's got complete coverage of the Seahawks for you at thenewstribune.com. Coming up next, ABCs of the M's. Yeah, there's a lot more to get to about the Mariners today. So we'll hop to it next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. ABCs of the M's here this morning with Chuck and Ashley and Reckless at Breakfast coming your way today at 7:45. ABCs of the M's left off yesterday at the letter O, and O is for Old Garv. And I need people to stop thinking about Old Garv when they're watching New Garv. Okay?
Okay. We got a new Garv on our hands.
New Garv's great. New Garv is exactly what you want a backup catcher to be. But we're still thinking about Old Garv and how much he let us down because he was supposed to arrive on the scene and he was supposed to be a big free agent addition and he was supposed to destroy left-handed pitching, and he never really did any of those things. Remember, he wasn't even supposed to catch for us.
Yeah.
He was just supposed to be a designated hitter. And then, he was very excited about that because he told us in our first interview with Old Garv that he believed that all of his injury problems that he'd had throughout his career were the result of how much of a beating he took behind the plate. He wasn't even supposed to catch. He was supposed to be like a third emergency catcher for this team. Well, now New Garv is not making nearly as much money. Was brought back, was certainly humbled by a couple of years of not succeeding here. And then, despite the fact that he didn't have the greatest time as a Seattle Mariner in terms of how the fans treated him, he made that very public. He was fought for by Cal Raleigh during spring training. Remember, he'd been replaced. We had Andrew Kisner here.
Yeah.
And so Mitch Garver comes and says, okay, you fought for me, and I did have a great time with this team and these teammates, and I want to be a part of this, and thank you, Cal, and you kept my major league career alive. And then he joined the team fighting for a roster spot, which he won. And as a pure backup catcher.
Right.
So we can't think of New Garv as Old Garv. Old Garv was supposed to pound the hell out of pitchers, especially left-handed pitchers. New Garv is just supposed to be a quality backup who the pitchers love to throw to and won't feel like their worlds come apart if Cal Raleigh's not behind the plate, and will hit the occasional home run because he does have power. New Garv is sensational because he's brought us so much more than that. He's actually hit since Cal went on the IL.
Yeah.
New Garv is the best challenger in the world. He's second best statistically going into last night, and he was perfect last night. So he might have overtaken Carson Kelly from the Cubs as the number one challenger in the sport right now. But an over 81% overturn rate right now for Mitch Garver as a challenger, and he was doing it successfully again last night. And New Garv also had a couple of pretty nice tags because despite what they went on and on and on about last night about what a great play Cole Young made from shortstop to home, that was not a great play. It was good play.
Yeah.
But he threw it to the wrong side of home plate. You throw that to the right side of home plate, that's an easy out at home. And Garv had to go across his body to make that tag. So, backup catchers are what they are. Backup catchers, you don't expect a whole lot out of. And that's the way that we've got to view New Garv. So whatever problems you had with Old Garv, you got to put those aside because this New Garv guy is doing a great job on this baseball team this year.
Yeah, we got to make room for New Garv.
New Garv is great to hang out with.
He is. That guy can chug a beer, let me tell you.
So, yes, and he's going to stay. So I know there's this, what happens when Cal gets back? It's easy. Parade is going to go down to the minors, and New Garv will be the backup because if you let go of New Garv, he's gone. Where Pareda still has option rights, and you can hold on to him at Tacoma, and you want to keep all three guys in your organization.
Right, and I don't want to see Pareda get sent down, but the last thing I want is to not have all three. So if that's the way we got to do it, then that's the way we got to do it.
Hey, nothing wrong with having New Garv on your baseball
That's
team.
right. New Garv, that guy, he's got a winning smile.
New Garv comes on the bus like, hey, New Garv, sit by me.
Yeah, come here. Hey, no. New Garv's supposed to sit by me today.
Meanwhile, like when Old Garv came down, they were like, hey, seat's taken. All right. P is for piggyback. Ashley.
Uh-oh.
I want the piggyback back.
Me too. I said this I'm not that exactly yesterday, but I said, I like the piggyback better than the 6-man rotation because we're not saving the bullpen.
We get to save the bullpen. If we're having this much, and for the record, and I've already stated this morning, I don't think we should be having this much trouble trying to get our bullpen healthy and available to us.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's such a challenge right now when our bullpen has thrown the fewest innings of any bullpen in the American League so far. I don't know. It doesn't seem to me like we've had some harrowing moment where a starting pitcher was only able to go an inning and 2/3 and it shook our world.
Right.
I think the not pitching Munoz and Brash enough, only saving them for certain opportunities, has forced us to use other guys more frequently, and it's thinned out our bullpen, even though Munoz and Brash want to pitch more, especially Munoz.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what's caused this, I don't know what to even describe it, log jam, whatever it is that we have right now where we can't get through a game. We're barely getting through games with enough relief pitching. It stems from the way that the group has been used to this point this year. It has nothing to do with how much they've been used overall.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so if we're going to struggle this much with it, we got a long effing way to go in this season. And if piggyback saves us from using the bullpen and makes Dan's job easier, since this seems to be, the ultimate Rubik's Cube in his life, he can't figure out how to make this work. The piggyback gives you a night every 5 nights, every 6 nights if you get a day off, in which you don't have to use, theoretically, the bullpen at all. Now, I wouldn't put Miller back in that role, but maybe I use the two different guys. I don't know. Probably would use Castillo still. But if we're going to struggle this much to get through a week without a day off with our bullpen and having one fewer guy, then maybe it's essential. The piggyback thing worked.
Yes, it did. And
we won 2 out of 3 games. Both starting pitchers were phenomenal, and the bullpen did get rested a lot more than what it does on an average night in Major League Baseball. So if we're going to struggle this much, if we're on June 10th and we're like, our bullpen is taxed, even though they've been taxed least of any bullpen in the American League, then maybe we need the piggyback just to save us from our decisions that we make regarding how much we use our guys.
yeah, I'm all for saving arms. It's a long season, right? We want our guys to be healthy. We don't want anyone to be overused, but I think we're taking it to an extreme. And it seemed, even in the loss with the piggyback, that wasn't on the pitching.
No.
So I don't know the argument for 6-man rotation versus piggyback. I don't know how anyone could think the 6-man rotation is a better option when you look at what the piggyback actually does for our bullpen.
I want the piggyback back. I want my piggyback back. Finally and quickly, and I do have to be quick. It's a good thing Q is for quick. Ashley?
Uh-oh.
I realize Cal needs some time down there, but I don't want to waste 2 home run games in Tacoma.
No.
5 innings yesterday. He's already hit 1 to the wall and 2 over the wall.
Yeah, he's good.
Why wouldn't he be good?
Yeah.
If he's good, he's good.
Yeah.
If he looks like he can catch
He
9
says
innings,
he's feeling good.
If he catches 9 innings, I don't know if he's playing tonight. I don't know if they're going to give him a day off. I don't know. But in his next game, if he catches 9 innings and looks good at the plate again, then I say we bring him back in time for Friday. And I have the Rainiers game. I would like nothing more than to have the Cal element on our broadcast on Friday night. But I would rather have him in Washington, D.C. Friday night catching for us.
And that's understandable. Yeah. I think he doesn't seem to be feeling any ill effects. So let's go.
Well, I say one more time, he needs to catch 9 innings. Yeah. Give him, they'll probably give him today off. And then tomorrow, I don't know exactly how they're doing it, but I think this is going to be a quick stint for Cal in Tacoma.
Good.
There's no rule that states he's got to stay down there a week. If he's ready to go and he's hitting better and he looks better at the plate than he has all season long, then let's get him in a Mariner uniform.
Giddy up.
All right. Coming up next, Reckless at Breakfast on KJR. wish I had time to talk about Soggy Pockets. Man, I hate Soggy Pockets.
Oh, soggy pockets are the worst.
Aren't they? They're an affiliate of Damp Pants, and I hate Damp Pants.
And I don't like wet socks either.
Yeah, originally it was Hot Pockets were going to be Soggy Pockets, and people just didn't like to eat them.
Because they fall apart.
All right, they were just gross and clumpy, so they went with the hot direction, which was a great call.
Excellent marketing move.
Right. But I don't, I only have a few minutes, and I'm going to get pretty reckless today, and I don't know how long this is going to take. So Dick Fain's in the green room right now, getting ready to join us for Seahawks 1 series at 8 o'clock. I hope we don't have to bump him because I'm going to get pretty reckless here today. We got to talk about the sordid Brandon Sorsby affair that has shocked the college athletics world here. And look, we can all recognize it on its face as this is wrong. This can't be. And how could we let this occur? And we need to cut it out like a cancer and make sure that the Brandon Sorsby's of the world do not impact our collegiate athletics going forward. Okay, so I'm with you, but that's one layer deep. What if I were to say, recklessly, this is a great thing that happened?
I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, hear me out. It's a great thing to happen because when all of this process started, I warned you all. First of all, Reckless at Breakfast was pretty much 10 years of me warning you what was getting ready to happen with college football and college athletics, and that we're going to have to start paying these players and all of this stuff. I didn't see the transfer portal thing happening. I certainly didn't warn you about that, but I, to a degree, warned you long before the NIL thing became part of our lives that it was coming. And that we needed to be ready to embrace it. We're going to probably have to enter a new college football world going forward to save college football. And so I warned you of that. And then I've also said when it did occur, we're going to go through this period of martial law. We're going to go through this period of the wild, wild west where, man, I mean, everybody's getting shot in the saloon, and how do we keep that from occurring and yet keep college football alive? We don't want to shut down the saloons. They're big money makers. But man, we got to somehow restore order here in the wild, wild west. And so I told you a period of that was coming, and it hasn't, even though I think a lot of people were braced for it, it certainly hasn't prepared us for all the weird things that were going to catch us off guard. Oh, I didn't think that was going to happen, and yet it happened. And yet we've dealt with it. And guess what? The sport has grown. I mean, despite all of our complaining and hand-wringing and everything else, the game is better than ever, more popular than ever, even though most people that you run into that are college football fans say they hate it and they don't really like it anymore, okay? And so it has grown. Now, obviously, we can't allow this Sorsby thing to take hold of our collegiate athletes. We can't allow them any kind of room for error to think that they can gamble on their team or gamble on their sport and that that's okay. But when you have something this big, like something that shakes the entire foundation of sports, then it pushes us further from getting out of this period of anarchy, this period of the wild, wild west. This is going to force us to make laws. This is like going up in the saloon and shooting everyone dead. It's going to force us into some governance here. And so I think maybe this is going to be the thing that we needed in order to finally get our arms around it, to recognize we're not dealing with college athletics the way that we used to. Certainly not college football and college basketball on the men's side. We have to treat this differently. We got to treat it more like a professional sports arena in order to preserve something that we all love. And maybe we needed this one big story that everybody could get behind to finally take the impotent NCAA and push them out like a cigarette butt. Finally get rid of them, to get them out of the way. They're just standing in the way of progress. And we finally turn this into a commissioner, a set of rules, a collective bargaining agreement, a players association, all of that. We just got to give into this world, and then we can set rules that that a judge in Lubbock can't overturn. We can say we have a legal binding agreement that you are not allowed to gamble on college football or anything else while you're in college football. So we can put those rules in place, and then if you break them in your collective bargaining agreement, which your association has signed off on, and everybody has to agree, has to be for the betterment of the sport moving forward so that we can all keep making money and that fans can all keep enjoying something they've grown up with and love dearly. If we can put it on paper, and now you're breaking league rules. Now some smart ass judge trying to win favor in Lubbock isn't going to overturn that.
Right.
So I think maybe this is the final straw that leads us to finally recognizing what it is, what it's no longer going to be.
Mm-hmm.
We're never going to go back. We're not putting the cat back in the bag.
Yeah.
And we now need to govern it as it currently is constructed. We've seen enough of the Wild West. There have been too many shoot-ups in the saloons, and it's now time to put laws in place. And then we will start within our own rules, our community of rules, and not America's rules. In our own community of rules, we will snuff out anybody that thinks they can get away with this kind of behavior ever again.
Yeah, and I hate that it has to all get broken in order to get fixed, but if that's what has to happen, that's what has to happen.
I think that's what has to happen. I think it had to happen eventually. And so maybe this was the last reckless thing that we needed in order for everyone to wise up. Let's just get the NCAA and just cut them out.
Kick them to the curb.
They need not to be involved. Even though we all sided with them on this one,
Yeah.
they obviously can't enforce anything anymore. They have no power. They've always been bad at what they've done. So let's just cut them out completely, at least for the two big sports, men's college basketball and college football. We got to start treating these like professional sports, period. And that requires a commissioner, league rules, a collective bargaining agreement, a players association, all of that. We just got to give into it. That's got to be the project for the next offseason.
Okay.
All right, coming up next, Seahawks 1 Series with Dick Fain, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Here on this hump day, Ashley Ryan is here. My name is Chuck Powell. It's great to have you with us as we roll into the second half of our Wednesday edition of Chuck and Buck in the Mornings. We will chat with Brad Evans later in the show. We also have the baseball brunch, a round of sup, and much, much more to cover. But, man, that music has come to mean something. It means it's time for the Seahawks One series. It's something that we do every June. Once per day, we bring on one of the top minds in all of Seattle to break down one key Seahawk player for one entire interview. And today we've tabbed one from inside the house. Joining us on the program, he is the venerable co-host of the Softy and Dick radio program. Dick Fain now joins us here on Chuck and Buck in the Mornings. Good morning, sir.
Hi, Chuck. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing? What's going on with you?
Good. I'm better than old Garv, not as good as new Garv. Put it that way.
Yeah, well, there's a big gap there, right? Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, I would agree.
Yeah, you want to wake up feeling like new Garv. You don't want to feel like old Garv.
You do. And I've had both. I've had both mornings. There's no question about it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, old Garv had bad breath. New Garv, smells like cinnamon.
Absolutely. I thought that was a really good comparison you made last segment. I wanted to honor you in that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Well, Seahawks One series. So one analyst breaking down one key Seahawk player for one entire interview. We've got our analyst here. It's Dick Fain. And so, what player would you like to break down for us today?
Number 15 in your program, number 1 in your hearts. We saw flashes of greatness, and then we saw a whole lot of nothing. That would be wide receiver Torrey Horton.
Oh, Torrey Horton. All right. Very good. Very good. What is the role that you foresee for Torrey Horton in 2026? Let's start there.
Well, let's hope that all indications that he's coming back in August and will be ready for at least a good portion, if not all, of training camp. Let's just assume those are correct, because this is the longest shin injury I think I can ever remember in the history of shin injuries. So let's just assume that he is back. And I think the thing that jumps out about Torrey Horton is his ability to just find the end zone. And, and taking a look at his history, I mean, this is nothing new. I mean, 47 out of his 315 catches in his football life have been touchdowns. I mean, it's all gone all the way back to high school. I was looking at his high school numbers, and I mean, he didn't catch a lot of passes, but the passes he caught were touchdowns. I mean, 15 of his 37 catches were for touchdowns. He had more touchdown success in college, and then, five catches for touchdowns in 13 receptions last year for the Seahawks, and he also had a kick return for a touchdown. So, I mean, the guy finds the end zone. So I think that's something, and really that's something that the Seahawks have lacked for a long time. I mean, when's the last time the Seahawks really had a red zone threat that just had a nose for it? So I think that's probably the role for him. It's not going to be quantity necessarily. I don't think we're going to see 70 catches from Torrey Horton unless Cooper Kupp, proves that he just can't play anymore and Rashid Shaheed gets injured or is ineffective. Then maybe Torrey Horton becomes your number 2 wide receiver behind JSN. But I think that could be the role down the road a little bit. But for this year, I mean, I think the role is get him in there in red zone situations, hopefully get him, 50-ish targets, 30 catches, 35 catches, and maybe at least match his touchdown output from last year. If not, get up there into 7, 8, 9 touchdown range.
What did Buddy Ryan famously say or infamously say about Chris Carter before he cut him? All he does is catch touchdowns. And
that's right. That's right.
Maybe we got the next Chris Carter on our hands here.
That'd be nice.
That would be really nice. Dick Fain with us, our Seahawks One series. He's chosen Torrey Horton to break down. I go back to the beginning of last year, and man, we were really worried collectively as a Seahawk fan base and as I think a radio station. Do we have a deep threat in our receiving game? Kupp and JSN seem to be the same type of receiver. And, of course, JSN went on to become the best receiver in the National Football League last year. And yet we go into this season with Horton having shown that ability and Rashid Shaheed now on the roster. They never shared the field at the exact same time. So do you think that we have, number one, avoided that question mark heading into this year? And then number two, how do you perceive Horton and Shaheed sharing a field together?
Yeah, and both on offense and on special teams too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what's going to be the punt return situation? I would imagine that, depends. I think it depends a lot on the production level of Shaheed. I think he's going to get the first opportunity. He's the guy that you gave the contract to, and he's still got at least one, if not 2 years left on that contract. I mean, it's a 3-year deal, but I don't think you're going to be paying Rashid Shaheed at age 30 a $20 million cap hit in 2028. So it's probably a 2-year contract for Rashid Shaheed. And so it just depends. I mean, I watched Shaheed yesterday at practice. He actually had a play on the sidelines that I really didn't know that he was capable of making, where it was kind of a little out route, and he got right in front of the cornerback, chopped his feet, broke down and got by him. I mean, that to me wasn't something that I'd seen Rashid Shaheed do. And we've had a lot of questions from Hugh Millen on really how good a receiver is Rashid Shaheed really, right? I mean, and Hugh has always said, hey, he can take the top off. He's an elite return man, but he's just right now kind of a mediocre wide receiver. But I guess you could still get a little bit of improvement from Shaheed because it's not like he's been used a ton in his career. And so his balance with Horton, I mean, it's a good problem to have. It's funny because you have a lot of pass catchers on this team that we all know, we all recognize the names, and yet when you really break it down, do the Seahawks really have a legitimate number 2 wide receiver on their roster? And I think the question is still out there to be had. I mean, we have no idea because Kupp would have been that guy, but he might be old. Rashid Shaheed could be that guy, but is he really talented enough at the wide receiver position to be a legitimate number 2? Because the number 2 guy's getting, 90 targets. He's getting 60 catches. He's getting 800 yards. I mean, that's what a number 2 wide receiver does on a football team. Is it Torrey Horton? Could it be Torrey Horton down the road because he's so young? I mean, Horton's only 23 years of age. He's going to be 23 most of this season. So I think that's going to be fascinating to watch, Chuck, during training camp when Horton comes back. How they use those 2 guys. Is one simply a replacement for another, or do they use them together? And who becomes? I don't know. I mean, honestly, if I had to guess who's the number 2 guy in catches this year, I mean, could it possibly be A.J. Barner? Could it maybe not even be a wide receiver who gets the most amount of looks and the most amount of catches? Because I really feel like A.J. Barner is the next guy on that offense to kind of step up and become potentially that borderline Pro Bowl level player on your offense.
Yeah. I wouldn't rule that out myself. Dick Fain with us here on our Seahawks One series. One analyst breaking down one key Seahawks player for one entire interview. And today we're breaking down Torrey Horton, number 15, the wide receiver, who did make an impression last year, no question about it, but he only played 8 games. In doing so, 5 touchdowns, but his season ends with that, like you said, the longest shin injury of all time. His college career also ended with an injury, and we didn't get to see him a lot in his last season. I mean, we have to be careful as sports talk show hosts not to take lightly injuries and not to, cast aspersions because we know how physical the game is. But there are some guys, Dick. I mean, C.J. Prosise, Rashad Penny. I mean, maybe they did just have bad luck, or maybe they were injury prone and couldn't hold up in the rugged gladiator National Football League. How much of you is a little worried about whether or not Torrey Horton is one of those guys?
Well, yeah, I kind of looked bad when I pushed back at Softy in the beginning of the season before this longest shin injury of all time, and Softy's like, well, he's injury prone. And I was like, well, what do you mean he's injury prone? I mean, he tore it like. he tore his knee once in college, and that's one injury. Is that really injury prone? And now here I'm talking about the longest shin injury of all time. So I'm still not ready. I don't love the injury prone label. You mentioned the poster child. I mean, CJ Prosise is the poster child, and Rashad Penny is probably a close second. I mean, those are the poster children for Seahawks injury prone players, and I'm not going to dump Torrey Horton in that boat yet. But if Torrey Horton comes back, plays 4 games, and has another injury that keeps him out 6 weeks, 2 months longer, then, that might be 3 strikes, you're out right there. And you might get the injury prone label if you get the 3 long-term injuries over the course of 2 years.
Hugh talks about this a lot, and I look, frankly, I've discussed this a lot over time as well. Just you want a wide receiver core that is varied. It's almost like a basketball team. You kind of want a point guard type and a 2-guard type and a power forward type, and I think that the Seahawks have kind of achieved this with this roster now, with JSN being your superstar, being your Jordan, and then you've got Kupp, and Horton and Shaheed and Bobo. I mean, that's a good variety of completely different wide receivers. I think you would agree with that. So when the Rams are doing things to counter what the Seahawks do well by adding to their secondary so aggressively this offseason, have they covered all their bases, in your opinion, or have Mike and John stayed a step ahead of them with the versatility they have at this position right now?
Yeah, I don't think this is a team that needs to invest a lot of money on a number 2 wide receiver. I mean, they invested quite a bit on Rashid Shaheed with the contract and then trading the 2 draft picks, and that's probably as far as the investment goes, 3 years, $51 million for Rashid Shaheed. I mean, that's a fairly significant investment, but it's more than I thought they would give Rashid Shaheed. But really, you're paying for 2 players, right? You're paying for a wide receiver that could potentially be your number 2 guy in targets, and you're also paying for a all-pro level return man. So, I mean, that's got to be factored in as well, because a lot of these number 2 receivers, most of these number 2 receivers aren't return men at all, let alone all-pro return men. So I like the Seahawks wide receiver core. I would call it solid. I would call it deep. The only thing they're lacking, again, is what we talked about a couple minutes ago, is do you have a number 2 guy, or do you even need a number 2 guy? Is it okay to, if you're going to get X amount of targets, X amount of yards, and X amount of touchdowns from somebody not named Jackson Smith and Jigba, does it really have to be a number 2 guy gets this much, a number 3 guy, a number 4, or is it okay to have 3 or 4 guys all around the same amount of targets if they have, like you mentioned, different skill sets? And I think they do. I mean, every one of those guys that you mentioned has been productive and has scored touchdowns in different kind of ways.
Mm-hmm. No doubt about it. How much do you think we'll see beyond 2 receivers? I mean, we've just gotten into the modern day world, Dick, where, 4 or 5 receivers at a time, but we've also started to transition a little bit away from that in the National Football League, a little bit more toward running the football. We've got teams with fullbacks on their roster now. We have a fullback on our roster now. And you mentioned Barner and what a step he could take. Well, I got to believe that they believe Arroyo's going to take a step forward as well. So, I mean, there's no way to know this until we get in the regular season, but how much do you think we'll see of double tight end with a fullback being used? I mean, how frequently will we even have more than 2 wide receivers on a football field if you're the Seahawks, do you think?
Well, if Horton's healthy, probably more than we did last year, I would think. We probably won't be quite as run reliant, especially at the beginning of the season, without Zach Charbonnet. And when you have Zach Charbonnet and Ken Walker, then you have no Torrey Horton. I mean, that's a kind of a pound the rock scenario. Don't get me wrong. We're not going to fun and gun it next year. I don't think Sam Darnold's going to be throwing for 5,500 yards next season. But I do think that I think there'll be a little bit more balance in their attack, a little bit more balance in their formations, where you want to get. I mean, obviously JSN's going to be out there. The effectiveness of Cooper Kupp, is he, is at least as good as he was last year? As he take another step back? That's going to determine your formations a little bit. and whether they can find a way to get Horton and Shaheed out there together and not be a redundant situation. I think that's going to be dependent. That's one of the things that I'm really going to be interested in watching this team in training camp is what do the formations look like and how much are they going to lean on the running game. Got it to my first chance to watch Price yesterday, and the thing that jumped out at me at first about him is he seems to be very comfortable in traffic. They were running a lot of things up the middle, and where he'd kind of get there, he'd kind of slow down a little bit, he'd see a hole, and he'd kind of bounce a little bit. And so, where you see those running backs, sometimes they kind of disappear into the pile, and then they pop out the other side. Now, obviously, the running back is probably the hardest position to evaluate in a non-contact situation as there is. But, I was at least at first glimpse. If you would have told me, hey, that guy right there, number 8, he was a first-round draft pick, and I just watched him yesterday for the first time in person, I could have been like, okay, yeah, I can. I mean, I wasn't like, wow, that guy's unbelievable. But I was like, yeah, I can see how that guy was a first-round draft pick.
Yeah. Dick Fain is with us as we wrap up this episode of our Seahawks One series. Dick, on Torrey Horton, the wide receiver who made his debut with the team a year ago, 8 games, 13 catches, 5 touchdowns, also returned a punt for a touchdown, looked very comfortable in that role. So, scale from 1 to 10. I mean, how big a fan are you of your weapon of choice here today? How good do you think Torrey Horton is, and how good do you think that he could ultimately be as a Seahawk?
Yeah, I think high end. I mean, I'm when you're just talking about potential, I'm like a 7.5. I mean, I think he could. I think he could be a legit. If staying healthy, I don't think he's a number 1 in the NFL. I do think Torrey Horton could be a legitimate number 2 wide receiver in the NFL. Okay. I mean, if he stays healthy, I think he could be. I mean, we've talked to Hugh for a long time about him. He is very high on Torrey Horton. It's just the health, right? And so if Torrey Horton gets out of this injury mode, I don't know why down the road, and mentioned already that, I mean, he's 23 years of age and is going to be 23 almost this entire season. So he's got like 4 seasons of prime before you even start to think about he's going to be heading the other way. I don't see why he couldn't be a 70 catch, 65 catch, 900 to 1,000 yard receiver at some point during that 4-year stretch. It's not going to be this year,
right?
But it could be when Rashid Shaheed, let's say Torrey Horton explodes over the next couple of years, and the Seahawks say, okay, yeah, we're not going to have a $19 million cap hit in 2028 for Rashid Shaheed. We're going to cut him, and then boom, Cooper Kupp's gone at that time. Boom, all of a sudden, Torrey Horton's your number 2 behind JSN, and I think Seahawks fans would be really happy about that if they saw the progression over the next couple of years.
All right, man. Great stuff. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Do you got anything special planned for your little radio show today?
Oh, it's Wednesday. We've got Michael Florio today.
Okay.
We got Petros today, and yeah. Hey, buttholes, exactly right. We got to talk to, not just NFL news with Florio. We got to talk about the Brendan Sorsby situation too. He's been writing a lot about that. That's been the topic du jour. So that means topic of the day for you that don't speak French out there.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
That sounds good.
So
I think I'll have that.
Yeah.
I think I'll have that. So carry on, ladies and gentlemen. I want to hear more of new Garv.
Okay.
Again, a lot better than old Garv. I was not a fan of old Garv.
Yeah, I know. None of us were. Nobody really was. Not even Miss Garv. All right, man. Thank you. We appreciate you. We'll talk to you soon.
Hey, guys.
All right, Dick Fain joining us here for our Seahawks One series. Coming up next, we had a hunch you wanted to hear the baseball brunch today. I mean, there was a lot of wacky stuff that went on in Baltimore, Maryland last night. So a recap of last night's wackiness on KJR.
to Chuck and Buck on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Tulip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
We're ready to play. We're learning the way to do it right. We're the baseball bunch. We're gonna go far. We learn from the stars. We are the baseball bunch. We're having fun while we're learning to run and hit and throw and catch that ball. You can learn too. We're waiting for you. We got a hunch you'll love the baseball bunch.
This song has been stuck in my head for 2 consecutive weeks.
Well,
Have you caught yourself at home singing this song?
sure have. Yeah. Except that I only say it as baseball brunch.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the little adjustment we made to it all.
Yeah.
Well, it is time for the baseball brunch here on Chuck and Buck in the morning. Ashley Ryan is here. My name is Chuck Powell. We decided to add a second recap of the Mariners games. We're not going to do it every day, but feels like we need to do it today.
I was going to say these last couple weeks, it feels like there's been a lot of games that need a second recap.
This one needs recapped because it was crazy. It was the height of baseball's new rules that they've introduced, a lot of them that we resisted as a group, and yet they've turned out to be very good for the game. I mean, we got to give them credit where credit is due. They've improved the viewing of the game, the speed of the game, and they've added a few little elements that I never thought that I would be on the edge of my seat rooting for, like the challenge system, which pretty much won us the game 2 nights ago. And then last night, I don't know if replay won us the game last night because the calls on the field went our way.
Right.
But to sit there waiting, wondering if several crucial bang plays were going to go Baltimore's way or our way, and if we're being honest with ourselves, you could see how they could have gone Baltimore's way, and we seem to be given the benefit of the doubt of those plays. Plus, Tavares striking out because he forgot what the count was and started removing his equipment and didn't have enough time to beat the pitch clock. I mean, it was quite the display of new modern-day baseball and how it bit one team right in the butt.
Well, and you even just get anxious watching, is the manager going to challenge? When he's just standing there with his hand up and you're waiting, what are they finding out on the phone? What are they finding out on the phone? I mean, even that is like, they're not challenging. Okay, phew.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. And last night's game started a lot of different people. Randy Arozarena with the big home run in the 10th. Ryan Bliss with his bang defensive plays where he saved our bacon a couple of different times. Logan Gilbert being pushed beyond 5 innings, and he didn't internally combust.
Yeah, he's still alive.
Yeah, going 6 innings last night, and we really needed it considering how thin our bullpen was. But to me, the baseball brunch stars Mitch Garver today.
High fly, deep left field, flying back and gone! It's a 3-run bomb from Mitch Garver, and the Mariners take the lead. They cash it in the 4th inning.
Old new Garv hits a 3-run homer. He also is the greatest challenger ever put on the face of the earth. He was excellent again last night, and he had some really difficult plays that he made 3 huge tags at home plate, for goodness sake, including one that was not easy from Wisdom that saved the game, and which Wisdom made a great play too, throwing around the runner and getting it to Newgarv, and Newgarv made the plays last night. I thought he was exceptional last night, and as far as backup catchers go, Ashley, we've got 2 good ones right now.
Yeah, we really do, and it's similar to the pitching situation. Not a bad problem to have, right? We were talking a couple weeks ago, or what happens when Cal comes back? Who goes away? And it's not as easy as you just pick one. But luckily, Pareda has options, and that seems to be the safer way to go, so you can keep all 3.
I say we don't let Cal back. That's what I say.
Yeah, you're right. What's that guy done?
Yeah, maybe sit down there at Tacoma and think about what you've done, Raleigh.
That's right, Cal.
Yeah, you're gonna have to earn your stripes around here, buddy. We just don't hand things to superstars. So I thought Mitch Garver was exceptional last night, but obviously we were put through the ringer. So was Dan Wilson. So was the bullpen, wondering who had enough gas to get through an inning out of our bullpen last night. Alex Hoppy did okay. Gabe Spire, almost called him Chris, that's his uncle. Gabe Spire was outstanding. Ferrer was not, and we've seen Ferrer be nothing but outstanding since putting on a Mariner uniform, but maybe tired. Maybe the Orioles are just good offensively, but he had to throw over 40 pitches and still could not get the save last night. And as we went to the 10th inning, we had to. We had no choice. And if not for a phantom IL stint from Cooper Criswell, we wouldn't even have had Nick Davila to be able to pitch for us last night in the 10th inning. We would have probably been throwing new Garv out there.
That's what I was real excited. I was like, what's going to happen in the 10th? I can't wait to get there.
But Davila hits the first batter he faces, and immediately you start thinking, oh, he's pissing down his leg. And what does he do? I mean, he doesn't pitch great, but he does end up getting the save, the first of his career. No doubt the most important pitches that he's thrown in his baseball life. And he told us after the game that he barely got to Baltimore.
So I had my 2-year anniversary with my girlfriend. We're at Din Tai Fung next to the airport, Seattle Mall. So about 30 minutes north of Tacoma. Yeah. I got a call from JR, AAA manager. He's like, hey, buddy, you're going to head over and you're going to meet the team in Baltimore. I was like, okay. So you're taking a red eye tonight. All right, cool. And I'm thinking, like, kind of reservations at 7:30. This is kind of crazy. 7:45, food's kind of rolling out. Kind of don't know when I'm flying out, but I think it's like 11:50, maybe. Have some time. Get a call from Jack around like 8, and he's like, hey, you're leaving at 10:20. And I was like, 10:20, the mental gymnastics of 30 minutes south. Got to grab my stuff from Tacoma. Then I got to go to Murano, grab my stuff from the hotel. So I ended up having the second clubby, the assistant clubby, bringing my stuff up, meeting me at the departure gate at gate 30 of Alaska Airlines, and I don't have any clothes with me right now. And I'm like, well, I'm on the taxi spot, so I'm probably on play. I don't know what's going on. Hopefully I get in there. Let's see what's up. I'm not too sure. Maybe like 50-50. Not really too sure. We get here at like 6:45. Get into my room. It's like 8 o'clock. I'm like, all right, let's just put the blinds up and get like 4 hours of sleep. I get on the third bus at 2:30, and I'm like, still not active. Kind of just like, all right. And then eventually we're in the game, and then I just couldn't believe I was in the game. It was freaking nuts. I had goosebumps kind of going out there. I was like, this is not real.
That's crazy. That sounds like every one of my flights, except I don't have any help.
Right, and you end up somewhere with no clothes.
That's crazy. Well, he got the job done somehow. Even that was a Houdini act.
I know.
Hoppy had a Houdini act. Ferrer, I mean, I know he gives up the 2 runs, but that was a Houdini act, not to lose in that bottom of the 9th. And then Davila does the same thing in the 10th. I mean, kind of feels like you stole one. We will take it. Not going to apologize for it. There were several games earlier this year where I thought we couldn't catch a break.
Right.
So we'll take it, and we will just count on the baseball gods evening things out for us.
I think that's how. I mean, when we were having all the bad luck, we figured at one point it's going to turn around for us. So there you go.
Yeah, and we had some bad luck too. They had some good luck as well.
Did.
They had a couple measly little hits that got their innings started. They had several of those little boosts to their chances last night as well. But it was a wild game, one of the crazier games we've seen in a while, and it's a 6-5 win in 10 innings for the Mariners. So what did we learn today on the Baseball Brunch? We learned that new Garv is better than old Garv.
Yep.
We learned that defense can win close games.
Check.
We also learned that Logan didn't die.
Thank goodness.
That, okay, we can get 10 more pitches out of him, and he won't burst into flames.
And at the very least, you can put him in for the 6th and see what happens.
And we also learned that technology can be our friend. Why, I'm so inspired by it. I think I'm going to open up one of them newfangled MySpace accounts today.
That is a lie. You wouldn't even if it was new. It's about time you got on board.
All right, coming up next, we should talk about the NBA Finals a little bit today. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It's at 9 o'clock to talk some World Cup action, some U.S. action, all sorts of action. Lots of action.
I love talking action.
Especially with Brad Evans.
Yeah, that's who you got to talk all the action with.
He'll take all that action.
Yeah, he will.
So that's coming your way at 9 o'clock today. Also some sup at 9:30 today as well. But we've spent no time at all today talking about the NBA Finals. Game number 4 is tonight. Looks like Spencer's going to be joining us tomorrow. Is he going to be joining us anywhere live on location?
I believe he will be in New York.
Is that right?
Yes.
Oh, that fancy son of a gun.
Yeah, he was flying there last night. Unless he flew to San Antonio to just do a watch party at an empty stadium.
No, Mitch isn't going to be there. He's not going to be there.
That's right.
All right, so good. Spencer's going to be able to take in tonight's game, it sounds like, live at Madison Square Garden.
That's right.
Where are they going to squeeze that giant of a human being? Because there doesn't look like there's any space.
Put him in the front row. People can see around him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe Mitch will put him right there on the bench.
I was going to say, sit him on the bench.
Yeah. Don't wear your silly cowboy hat this time, though.
I think you should wear it always.
So NBA Finals tonight, game number 4, and the Spurs have a chance now to even this series up at 2 games apiece, which I give them a chance to do. I don't know why anybody wouldn't give them a chance to do it now that they've gotten a little taste of victory again, and now that they've kind of conquered what was supposed to be an intimidating, environment. Well, I think they kind of figured they kind of hushed that. So for those that weren't giving them a chance to get back into this game, I just think that's silly. And now San Antonio has a little bit of momentum. Maybe the Knicks are just playing too good a basketball right now. And maybe the Spurs will need this experience, a failed experience, in order to get up over the hump next year or the following year or whenever that case may be. But the idea that this series was over with this talented of a Spurs roster, with this freakazoid being the best player on both ends of the floor, I think was preposterous.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. And I think a lot of people immediately after they lost both games in San Antonio fully counted them out. But it is a 7-game series for a reason. So,
yeah.
I mean, I would expect San Antonio to even it up today and head back to San Antonio with 2 wins apiece and ready to take back and then continue their
You're expecting that, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
I am.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
2 interesting stories around Wemby. Number 1 is everybody saw it was a flagrant move against the team's other star in Jalen Brunson. He kind of just grabbed him by the head and threw him on the floor the other day. I think technically he probably should be suspended for such an action the next game. I think we've seen guys get suspended for stuff like that before, but never the featured attraction. So
right.
Let's put it this way. If they bent the rules for Wemby, I'm glad they did. Because there have been some situations in the past where I'm like, it's the NBA Finals. Are you kidding me? There was a Western Conference Finals, if you remember, involving the Spurs, where the Suns were the favored team, and Robert Horry chucked, pardon the verb, Steve Nash into the 3rd row, and it was a horrible foul to the other team's star player. And then naturally a couple of guys from the Suns step out onto the court, including Amari Stoudemire, and David Stern ruled it as the letter of the law. You can't come out on the court.
But you can throw Steve Nash into the stands.
But you can't. And so Horry gets away with throwing Steve Nash into the stands scot-free, and the Suns had to play without 4 players in Game 7, including their second-best player in the game. So to me, it's flush the damn rules. It's the NBA Finals. I realize he shouldn't have grabbed him by the head, and I realize Brunson's a superstar too, but I want to watch Wemby and Brunson play in Game 4. I don't want us to stand on the actual tactical rule that you can't allow that or we'll suspend you for the next game.
Yeah, but at the same time, Wemby does have to be careful because this is the second time where he could have been suspended. The elbow being the first time earlier in the playoffs.
True.
And so I don't think if he does it again, I don't know how they can let him keep getting away with things.
Well, it's funny because he gets hounded for you're not physical enough, enough. Everybody's making fun of him for not being physical enough. So you carry that mindset into the net. Well, I'm going to be physical tonight, that's for sure. And then the next thing you know, you're grabbing a guy by his braids.
Well,
You know, and so I didn't love that he did it, but I love that they're not suspending him
yes.
for it.
Yeah, you don't want the best players out of the finals. That'd be the worst.
Exactly. So he will play tonight. Was not suspended, and we'll see how the Knicks deal with it, because now the Knicks little playground rules. They're certainly going to approach Wemby and that kind of conduct a little differently tonight. There's no question about it. There's going to be a retaliation to some degree, whether strategically or, as Jay Williams put it this morning on the air, I would start the game by elbowing him right in the chest. I would have somebody elbow him right in the chest to remind him, you're not the only one that's going to get away with some stuff tonight, bud.
Yeah, you got to show him who's boss. I would just drill him in the ribs with a fastball. Isn't that how
Wrong
you
sport.
get it back? Oh,
wrong sport.
That's not, okay.
Wrong sport, but
Okay.
very Bucky of you.
Okay.
All right, Brad Evans next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. All right, 9 o'clock hour here on this hump day. Thanks to everyone that participated in our little conversation about World Cup coverage yesterday. And now we get ready. We are one sleep away from the World Cup beginning 2026. And of course, Seattle is going to be a major part of that. As a matter of fact, KJR is going to be a major part of that. We will be airing the U.S. Paraguay game Friday night at 6 o'clock right here at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Paraguay, translated, two guys.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, like a pair of guys.
Right. Uruguay, I'm assuming, is then one guy.
Or just when you're calling someone. It's like the informal Uruguay. No, Uruguay.
Something like
that.
But you will be hearing the next guest that we have on the air here on Chuck and Buck during our broadcast coverage as well. Former Sounders great, 8-9 years with the Seattle Sounders. Brad Evans now joins us here on the radio program in time for the World Cup. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everybody. How are we doing?
We're doing great. How excited are you for this tournament to get underway and for Seattle and yourself to have a part in the theater?
Gosh, I mean, this is a long time coming. I mean, I was 9 years old in 1994 when the World Cup was last held in the U.S. So, and I've missed out on a World Cup, one of the last cuts for the 2014 after doing all the World Cup qualifiers. So that was a bit heartbreaking. But then to hear this one announced, it's finally my opportunity to experience what it's like to have a World Cup in your country, and to attend it is most important, right? This is a once in a generation tournament that's going to be held here, and I'm beyond excited. And to be involved, obviously doing radio pre, half, and post with you guys is going to be awesome. To come in every day and hopefully be in the stadium for one of the matches. So I'm just excited. The Sounders have a ton of activations with the pier and the barge, and we are working pretty much every day for the next month and a half, really. So it's going to be busy, but also it's going to go by in the snap of a finger.
I know of your wound, and I don't mean to pour salt into it. But I mean, I do want to ask Brad Evans that as a soccer player and you're growing up in America and you become a star at the high school level and then you become a star at the college level and then you play professionally and then you're good enough that you represent the U.S. in several different competitions. And yet the biggest tournament in the world, for you to have come so close to being able to play in it, something I'm sure you dreamed about your entire life. How much does it sting to this day that you got that close and didn't get to participate?
Jeez, you said you don't want to pour salt on the wound. And a 1 minute diatribe of pouring salt completely on the wound that happened 10 years ago. No,
I don't mean to do it,
right.
but I think it does. I think it's an interesting story to tell right now, and I had to get it out of you some way.
And I think, yes, it is a tough one. You go through your whole career and then you kind of get this opportunity. You know, my opportunity with the national team came from really nothing. I was kind of a fringe national team player to start. I was on basically a second team for the Gold Cup tournament in 2009. So I got my feet wet there, but I just kept putting my head down and plugging away. I was never the best player, never the most skillful, but my MO throughout my whole career, and even as a youngster, was just I had to outwork everyone and determination on the field. And yes, to see your ultimate dream get cut short at the moment, it doesn't sting as bad as it does now, understanding when you leave the game that you left something on the table. In the moment, you still, you jump on a flight and then you go back to the Sounders and you've got a game the next weekend. So there's not too much time to dwell on those big moments at the time. But now you look back and you realize, wow, it would have been great to, tell the kids one day that I participated in a World Cup. Yes, it would have been amazing. But that's the reality of sports. Like you said, it's the percentage of the percentage of the percentage of the percentage is so small. It's when I played, it was 23 guys on a roster out of, 300 plus million in this country, however many million play soccer, growing up. And then you kind of narrow those numbers down. So it's a really big opportunity for anyone in any place around the world. But you learn a lot of lessons through those defeats, I guess you could call them. And so it really allowed me to put my head down and work hard. After that, I did get called back into the national team quite a few times to play in games. So my national team career wasn't done at that point. It was really just the missed opportunity of making a World Cup roster.
How have you tended to deal with people that remind you of this painful thing? Do you?
Yeah, just kind of avoid them at all costs. I hang up.
Never go on their radio shows again, ever.
Never go on the radio
See
show.
them
yeah.
in person and, slide tackle them.
Slide tackle. There you go. Slide tackle. You better be wearing your shin guards when I see you next week.
Brad Evans is with us. I threw a lot of compliments in there. One of the all-time Sounders greats joining us right here. It's going to be a part of our World Cup coverage for you as well on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. All right, so how important... I mean, we talk about this all the time. I mean, they've talked about this my entire life. The U.S. needing to take that step forward to start being mentioned amongst the great countries in the world at this sport. So how important is this tournament to the U.S. reputation and the growth of its program?
Well, look, I think the U.S. has taken leaps and bounds. There's an awesome Vice documentary on YouTube. That's a series that kind of talks about the U.S. men's national team, and it's come up, since the 40s, 50s, first participating in this tournament that started in 1930. The real shift was, 1994. You kind of got the buzz going in the U.S., and then MLS comes around in 1996. And if you think about the rest of the world, what a head start they've had with their domestic leagues consistently for over 100 years, right? You talk about the powerhouses, Brazil, England, Spain, France. These clubs have been around since the 1800s. And consistently, not taking breaks like in the U.S., you had the NASL, you've had A-League, you've had USL, and now Major League Soccer's had a good run for 30 years. That's the biggest thing. And when you look at this roster, there's only 8 players that are domestically from MLS that are playing on this roster. The rest are playing at the biggest teams in the world. You've got AC Milan, Juventus. I mean, you run down the list of guys playing in France as well. Some big teams. So you're starting to see a shift, albeit slow. Now, that doesn't mean that the rest of the world is just taking a pause, right? Those players have gotten better as well. So we're still playing catch up in that respect. And now it's time for this group to put it all together with players that, like I said, are playing at some of the best teams in the world. Can they do it as a team? That's going to be the biggest thing. I think in when I look at this team, that there's a lot of fantastic individual players. Ziggy Schmidt used to always tell us, former coach of the Sounders, you can have one piano player, but the rest of us have to carry the piano. And I don't know if I see that in this group. I see a lot of piano players. And when that happens, things don't tend to work out too great. If they can figure out a way to have one guy be the center point and the rest of them do the work, that's what Argentina does with Messi. That's what Portugal will do with Ronaldo. That's why those guys are the best. But this U.S. men's national team needs to figure out a way to have one guy shine and the rest of them do the work to advance.
Who's the
This tournament's a little bit different, though.
Yeah.
Christian Pulisic, I think, is the guy.
Okay.
Right. He's the golden boy, and if he can have a great tournament, he's going to carry this team, much like Landon Donovan and Clint did. They found a way to play together. So the tournament's a little bit different, though. You've got 48 teams instead of 32, so you will have 8 third-place teams that advance. So the chances of the U.S. advancing are pretty high. I suspect they'll get at least 3 points in the group. That'll mean most certainly that they advance into the next round. That's when the real challenge starts. Because if you're third-place finisher, if you're going to end up playing a first or second place team from another group, that's going to be the difficult task. Got to pick up points in group play.
Brad Evans is with us. So what do we know about Paraguay going into Friday?
Yeah, I mean, Paraguay's a strong team. You figure when you talk about South America, you talk about some of the best teams in the world consistently. I mean, the top 3 from South America, Colombia, Argentina, and Brazil, all those teams have a chance to win this tournament. And now you're talking about a Paraguay team that had to go through that qualification with those teams and get results, which they did. I mean, you've got an MLS player, Miguel Almiron, who played in the English Premier League. You kind of run down the list of what is going to be a very technical but a very intense team. The last time these teams faced, there was a massive brawl at the end. The U.S. ended up winning 2-1. So there's a little bit of tension in this game stemming from that one about a year ago. It's going to be a difficult challenge for the U.S. because these South American teams, they consistently play in their big tournaments Every 2 years, they've got Copa Sudamericana, which all those players play domestically in massive games down there. So when they come together, there's something different about putting on a jersey in a World Cup. I expect, a low-scoring game. And I don't usually make predictions. I don't like to, but I think U.S. being on home soil in Los Angeles, I'm guessing 2-1 just to get off on a good foot. It'll be huge for them to get 3 points.
Longtime Sounders great Brad Evans, our guest here as we get you ready for the World Cup. We're one sleep away. It gets started tomorrow, Friday night. U.S. is taking on Paraguay, and Brad Evans is going to be part of our broadcast month here in coverage of the World Cup 2026, which will touch, of course, Seattle throughout the month as well. I'm not as big a soccer fan, Brad, as I am as some of the other sports. And so I don't know. I mean, I always hear about soccer that was a big upset, but when you're talking about a sport where usually the score is 2-1, 1-0, I mean, it's usually within a goal. How big of an upset would it be if the U.S. were to not get out of their group, or if the U.S. made a deep run into the playoffs? I mean, what's the fine line between something that's in soccer that is expected and something that is shocking?
Yeah, great point. I think the more shocking point or storyline would be the USA not advancing out of the group. I think it's more realistic for these guys to make a decent run in this tournament. It would be a success, I think, if the team makes the quarterfinals. I think you could realistically look at the FIFA rankings. We sit like 17. So if you're thinking quarterfinals, that's the top 16 teams. You're kind of right on par with where your ranking is in the world. Now, if they advance past that, it's possible for sure. They're going to have to show up and show out and play out of their minds. But I think realistically, making it out of the group isn't good enough for this team and the occasion. Now, if this tournament was being played somewhere else, I would think making it out of the group would be a plus. But these guys have higher standards. The head coach, Pochettino, has coached some of the biggest teams in the world at the club level. His expectation is that he can take this team on a deep run, and he's a real thinker. He's not like Jurgen Klinsmann, a prior coach who was just jovial and happy and not really a tactician. This new head coach is a pure tactician, and hopefully he can get this U.S. team on the same page. But since the U.S. is at home, the expectations are much, much higher. Yeah. It would be a massive disappointment, and people would say, oh, yeah, this is typical. The U.S., they get knocked out of the round. They didn't rise to the big occasion. We need to have something happen like 2002, where the U.S. turned some heads and really, you beat Portugal, South Korea, and then you make it to a game against Germany where they didn't have VAR at the time, but what would have been a USA goal to find themselves in the round of 8. That is the expectation for this tournament and this group. Now, there's a lot of pressure with that. Yeah. The whole country hosting. There's going to be an intense amount of pressure on these guys, but they're used to it. Like I said, they're playing at some of the biggest teams in the world where there's probably even more pressure on a weekly basis all year long with those teams. It's now up to them. And, when the draw came out, everyone was clapping, oh, it's Australia, Paraguay, Turkey. But the flip side of that is all those teams are thinking the same thing about playing the USA. I don't think any of the other teams in the group are saying, oh, that's a potential world champion. Everyone else is thinking, I can beat that team. And so this group is going to be really interesting to watch, because I do think that everyone has a realistic chance of picking up points. It's going to be, who gives up the least amount of mistakes in the game. Like you said, 2-1, 1-0, could be a goal, a PK. And then it becomes a chess match after that, just to survive, to get through to the next round.
Who has the best team in the world, in your opinion?
On paper, I think it's France. They really do, and they've showed that consistently. Their ranking is number 1, but then every now and then it'll fluctuate. It's Argentina at certain points, and when you have Messi on the field, anything can happen. I think Spain has shown that they can play like no other team in the world. There's a reason why Spanish football is looked at as the pinnacle. Barcelona, Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid, the best teams in the world right there in one league. I'm I don't know if one of those teams truly will win it. It could be a dark horse tournament because there are 48 teams. But at the end of the day, there's a reason why the best players on France, Spain, Brazil has an incredible chance to win this. Argentina, there's a reason why all those players play at the best teams in the world. It's because they have a realistic chance at winning this tournament.
In our last minute, you know soccer, you know Seattle. You know them both very, very, very well. How do you think we're going to do as a host here for the World Cup? What's the next couple of weeks, next few weeks going to be like here?
Yeah, look, I think Seattle will blow it out of the water. You've got soccer hotbeds all throughout this country. And when it comes to international soccer, you've got Boston, New York, Chicago, who have real international mixes on a massive scale, right? We're talking 10 million people in such a small vicinity that is super cultural, multicultural. And then you come over here to the Pacific Northwest. It's a little bit different, but still multicultural. And the Sounders have shown that with our fan base. The Reign have shown that with their fan base. And soccer speaks the world's game. And what the Sounders have done and prepared on the waterfront, no one else in this country has taken those steps to do something remotely. They'll have watch parties, yes, but when you've got this barge that's been built out with a field on it, on the water, you've got the pier set up, activations every single day, former Sounders legends, Reign players, Reign legends, it's going to be a massive soccer show. And to be here in the Northwest, where it will be realistically cool. Yeah. Right. The rest of the country is going to be sweltering hot.
Right.
It's just a fantastic opportunity to show up, show out, and show what we do up here in our little upper left corner.
Well, great having you on. I hope you've forgiven me for the way that this started. And we're looking forward to your coverage, and hopefully we can chat again. But if not, have a ball. And we're looking forward to hearing you from you here on KJR.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
All right. Brad Evans, former Sounders great, joining us right here. And he'll be doing pre and post and intermission and everything else throughout the course of the coverage. And we appreciate him popping on with us here today. Again, U.S. Friday night at 6 o'clock against Paraguay right here on KJR. And why not head to Tulalip Resort Casino and take it in? I mean,
oh, that'd be good.
You're always looking for excuses. Yeah, exactly. Always looking for excuses to head to Tulalip Resort Casino. Use the World Cup as an excuse. Their game's going to be going on every day starting tomorrow.
Yeah, so if you need an excuse, which let's be honest, you shouldn't because it's great on its own.
Mm-hmm.
But if you need one, there you go. Built-in excuse for the next month.
Honey, I don't have a choice.
Yeah.
World Cup.
It's World Cup.
I mean, I got an excuse to go.
Yeah.
I'm not just going there
because it's Friday.
Just because it's awesome. I'm going there for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Tulalip Resort Casino, where all you want is there. Everything is there. Everythingtulalip.com. All right, coming up next, it's time for SUP. I know we don't normally do it at 9:30, but we're looking for your questions. You can ask Ashley a question, myself a question. It could be about sports. It could be about, you could pry into our personal lives. Whatever you want to do, 49451. But your question must start with SUP, as in what's up. And then direct it at the person that you want to answer the question. If it's both of us, then it's both of us. But SUP is yours to play with next. Text line 49451, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Hello? Hey, who? What's up? Nothing, B. What's up with you? Nothing. What's up? What's up? What's up? So what's up, B?
The segment is called Sup.
Yeah, it is.
Ashley came up with it.
It was a lot of difficult work.
We needed something that wouldn't take up too much lettering on the T-shirts. So, yeah, it's just sup ? And so we ask you to weigh in. 49451. You take control of the programming here. 49451. Sup, as in what's up.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Ashley? What's going on with blah, ... So that's the way it works. We don't normally do it here at 9:30, so I figured I owe you an explanation here as to what's coming your way. What do we have then in terms of questions?
We've got this one from the 253.
Okay.
Sup, Chuck?
Yes?
How do you think Walter Jones would do against Aaron Donald or Myles Garrett, all in their prime?
Right now, not too well. Walter's a little far removed from the game. I mean, I think, let's put it this way. As well as anyone that's ever played the game, you know, I think he could handle Myles Garrett for sure. For sure.
Okay,
I mean,
all right.
the greatest left tackle, arguably, against arguably the greatest right defensive end. Yeah, I think Myles Garrett would beat him on occasion, but most of the time, I think Walter Jones wins that. I mean, think about it. I mean, even when a record-setting number of sacks is 23 over 16 games. So that's just a little over, or 17 games. That's like 1 1/3 sacks a game. So most of the time, Myles Garrett gets beat by the left tackle. And so if you have the greatest of all time, yeah, I think Walter Jones, I mean, he's not going to stop him every single time, but he's going to do a better job than just about anyone that's ever played.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Walter, in 17 games, Garrett against Walter Jones, if they played 17 times against one another, I promise you, Myles Garrett would not get a record number of sacks. Probably be around 8.
8. Yeah, that would be a decent.
9.
Okay. So, yeah, he'd do well.
Give him 9, which is more than most people got against Walter.
Yeah. Let's see. Sup, Chuck from the 253. What is the biggest rift you've ever had with somebody at a station, and has it ever come to blows?
Oh, never has come to blows. It was probably, you know, I said I'd be honest about it. Probably the time with Bucky. Yeah, we got into a disagreement with something one time, and he kind of, because Bucky's very large and can be intimidating, and he kind of like stared me down, and I went off like a Roman candle.
Oh.
But you're not going to do that to me in the workplace. And he did not like that. But we ended up, I think, in a better place, but it's always there. It's always in the back of our head. So that was probably the biggest rift that we ever had.
Well, as Purple Sheet says, I mean, if everybody got along, this would be a boring workplace, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
If we all got along. Well,
yeah, so I didn't like him like trying to like intimidate me physically.
Right.
And then he didn't like that.
You called him out on it.
Some of the words that I used.
Okay, that's fair. Well, you brought up Bucky, so we've gotten a lot of Bucky questions.
Okay.
We've got Sup, Chuck and Ashley. Where's Bucky? Can we get an update on Bucky? We miss him. And what's up with Bucky participating in a home run derby but not showing up for work?
Geez,
well, no, he's on medical leave. So
Yes.
it's not that he's just not showing up for work.
Right. I don't know. I mean, I'm glad it was asked that way because, believe it or not, people are like angry with Ashley and I.
Yeah.
like we have anything to do with this. And secondly, you do have to understand there are laws that govern this. With him being on medical leave, it means he can't really contact us, and we can't really contact him because it would be seen as us pressuring him. Even if we were just, hey, we missed you, come back. It could be viewed as pressuring him to return to work when he has medical stuff, and that's the reason that he's on leave. So he got an additional extension, so we weren't expecting it to take place. From what we understand, it's nothing to be concerned about, but obviously there are issues enough that he needed another extension to the medical leave. So we don't have really any information, and we don't have any control over it whatsoever, and we really can't do anything about it until he's off medical leave.
And we have no idea when that will be.
And we don't know when that's going to be. So that's just where we are. You know what? Since it's been brought up, you know how they do things here. When somebody's gone, we're not allowed to talk about him at all.
Right.
So the fact that we keep bringing him up every show should show you this is not one of those scenarios for those of you that are accusing us of that.
Yes, of lying and covering things up.
Yeah.
And his ads are still running on the station, just so you know.
Yeah, his ads are still running. So, I mean, there's plenty of evidence that suggests that this, we're being forthright with you about all of this. But yes, he's been out for an extended period of time, and we don't know when he's going to be back. And I really don't even know the severity to his reasons for not being here. So we'll find out eventually, and as soon as we have any information, we'll pass it along to you.
There you go.
Yeah.
Let's see. Sup with both of you. When you listen to other shows, do you listen for content, or are you listening for like radio technical prowess?
Oh, I listen for them to screw up so I can hold it over their heads.
I listen like in the mornings on my drive-in. I listen so I can argue with them or be like, oh, that's a good point. Oh, come on, you idiots. Like, no, that's not. I have my own conversation with them back and forth. When I listen to music stuff, I'm listening like, oh, well, they did that well, or they didn't do that well. How could I use that?
Yeah, it's strange because I have not always done sports talk radio. I got away from it. I did comedy radio, music radio for a good chunk of my career, and then I came back to sports at the tail end. And so when I was not a sports talk show host, I would still listen. I would listen to sports talk radio as, and I would get more angry then. Like, you're right. When you are in the business, you're just sort of listening so that you didn't miss anything.
Yeah, make sure you're caught up on everything.
You're supporting your teammates.
Yep.
You want to hear how they're doing and how they handled said subject. And then you also listen for, I didn't think of that angle. Either I need to have an opinion on that angle, or I need to either acknowledge it or counter it the next day, something like that. And so, yes, you kind of do use it as a scouting report, if you will, for your own show and what you should be talking about the next time that you crack the mics. And so those three things, I would say, combined. But I'll tell you, though, when I was in the car as a funny morning DJ, morning zoo kind of guy who was just trying to push the envelope all the time with edgy comedy. And then I'd get in the car and I'd listen as just a listener of sports talk radio. Man, for some reason, I yelled a lot more at the car back then. You idiot. What are you talking about?
You're a moron, which is probably how people listen to us.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. From the 206, sup, Chuck, there's always a lot of debate about the best baseball movie of all time. But in your opinion, what is the worst baseball movie of all time?
Worst baseball movie.
I mean, Mr. Baseball wasn't great.
It wasn't bad. I didn't mind that one so much.
I would never put it in the best category, though. That's the only one I could really think of might be.
Man, I immediately thought the question was going to be what's my favorite, what do I think is the best, and that's Bull Durham, so I can say that. The worst baseball movie of all time. Oh, boy. I guess what was the one with Napoleon Dynamite and David Spade?
Oh.
Benchwarmers.
Oh, yeah,
I'm going to go Benchwarmers.
Okay.
I'll say Benchwarmers.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
that I watched it from beginning to end, but I saw enough of it that I'm like, I can't take this.
Was basketball about basketball or baseball? I never watched
Basketball
it.
was actually kind of funny.
Oh, was it? Okay.
But that's from the South Park guys. Yeah, it was combining the two. It was we're going to invent a sport
they
that
invented a
combines
new
baseball and basketball.
Got it.
Yeah, so it was basketball. Then they were the Beers, if I remember correctly. That wasn't terrible. I mean, it was, it was one of those like where there were 10, 15 really big laughs, but for the most part, it swung and missed more than it hit.
Okay.
Yeah.
And let's see. I'm going to grab one more here. Oh, gosh.
And there's a lot of good baseball movies. I'll say baseball and boxing do the best job of making movies.
Yeah, I like baseball movies the best, and football movies. There's a lot of good football movies. From the 253, sup, Ashley and Chuck, how come you guys don't do crosstalk like the other shows? Do you just figure you have too much to cover with the time you have?
You know what? That started with when I went to mornings, Puck said he didn't want to do it. He didn't really like doing it. And so I'm like, well, I'm not going to force you to do it for sure. And then we created One Last Thing. And then One Last Thing I enjoy. I think that's a great way to close out every show. So there was talk about maybe bringing it to our show. And I just told our boss, I like One Last Thing. I don't want to do anything.
Yeah.
I don't want to do crosstalk.
Yeah, it's our little moment to all have something to end on.
Yeah. So that was sort of it. I mean, it wasn't. I didn't do it with Mitch, by the way. When I was doing middays, Mitch didn't have me on, so I didn't think it was part of the show. It got suggested. Puck told me that was one of the first things he said, like, "Hey, I don't want to do crosstalk. So if you don't want to do it either, let's just not do it."
Yeah.
He wanted to prepare for his show. He wanted to use the last 15 minutes to prepare for his show. So we never did it. So it never started. And then when conversations began about maybe we should do it, I'm like, no, I like One Last Thing to close the show.
Yeah.
So we're going to stick with it.
Love it. That's it.
So coming up next, Crosstalk on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. today's radio program. And yes, we do one last thing to close out our show. So what do you got, Ashley?
I have no patience for soccer complainers.
What do you mean?
I don't like to draw a lot of attention to the negative people on the text line,
Yeah.
but we were just looking at text, so it's kind of hard to ignore this. So right before we're going into Brad Evans, we get a complaint day before the biggest sporting event in the world, and we're not even mentioning it. Shameful reporting. Well, first of all, we're not reporters.
Yeah, true.
Second of all, we were literally in the break before having Brad Evans on to talk 22 minutes of soccer.
Yeah.
So then I said, we aren't reporters, and you were saying, like, here, look, Brad Evans is on right now as I'm responding back. He said, you promised World Cup coverage, yet it's all Seahawks, Stanley Cup, NBA. No discussion of roster selections, no mention of friendlies, no mention of game performance, anti-soccer bias.
Yeah.
So then I said, we had an entire segment yesterday where we asked people, what kind of soccer coverage do you want? Because we aren't soccer experts. We aren't soccer analysts. So would you rather us fake it?
Yeah.
That's what I don't understand. Because then if we do that,
Then you're not going to like the analysis.
then you're just going to be mad and say, you guys don't even know what you're talking about.
Right.
You're right. We don't.
I don't. Yeah.
So that's why we're bringing in experts, and we have asked the audience, the majority of the audience, what they would like. And as for your saying that we talk hours, that we're talking hours of the NFL offseason, that's a lie too. We had 2 segments of the NFL offseason.
Oh, we're going to talk the NFL
Yes,
a lot
we are.
because
The
that's
NFL
what moves the
is
needle.
king.
I mean,
Yes.
we run a business here.
Yeah.
And the business is that you have to satisfy your customers and you got to get the most people through the doors.
Yep.
So like there's a reason why we talk a lot of football, because it's what most people want to listen to the longest periods of time.
Yes.
There is a reason that yes, there's a parfait on the McDonald's menu board, but they're going to promote their cheeseburgers.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, you can get all that stuff.
Yeah. But they're going to sell a lot of cheeseburgers, so they talk the most about their cheeseburgers.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
So-
also we talk more baseball, most like right now. At
well,
least.
right
Yeah.
now, but there's just more stuff happening in the moment right now.
Yeah, exactly.
And
It's
we
great.
know it better.
Yeah.
So that's why that's happening. So
Exactly.
I'm going to tell you right now, we're going to cover the World Cup as through our prism, and it's just not going to be a lot of analysis from me.
Right. I'm not either. I'm not going to fake that I know what's happening on the pitch.
I'm just not equipped for it, and you don't want it anyway.
I watch
So
it like a casual fan. That's it.
I might not even watch it.
Oh, see, I will watch it. I do love World Cup, but I'm not going to pretend to know the ins and outs and intricacies of soccer because that's stupid.
Yeah. I want to close with this. Victor Wembanyama, can't wait to watch him play again tonight. I mean, he's thrilling. He's great for the league, and I do like him. I think he's just a well-rounded person for sure. I mean, this is a guy that reads before every game. But
and draws.
He seems to already be jaded by the entire American media process at age 22. I mean, this is his first long extended exposure to how the NBA is covered, and he already seems to have had it with it. Like
Yeah.
he doesn't.
You got a long way to go.
He doesn't even want to be a part of it. And this is probably somebody that's going to be in the spotlight for the next 10 years if things go the way he wants them to go. I mean, it took about 10 years for Giannis, for whatever reason, to have had enough of it. And he went from media darling to suddenly jaded and angry. And I think about America. I think that's what he's jaded and angry about. So if Wemby's already there at age 22, I mean, let's face it, he's French. They were kind of taught to look down their nose at us.
Well, yes.
Here in
That's
America.
Why, but that's why, and then Americans say French are snobs and things like that.
Right, but they're kind of taught that way. Like our priorities are out of whack and all of that sort of thing. He's reading before games, and people in the league think he's weird for doing it. So I don't know. I don't know where this is going to end up. I don't know how much longer Wemby's going to be lovable, because it kind of feels like he's already drawing his lines in the sands. I mean, he walked away from a Lisa Salters interview after Game 3 of the NBA Finals, just answered a question and left.
Well, that's just disrespectful.
Yeah, so I mean, we'll see. We'll see how he's going to handle this going forward. But it looks like he's already kind of drawing the line in the sand. Like, I don't want to deal with you people ever. All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow at 6 a.m. Greg Bell is next with Chris Kidd on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.